screaming from my neighbors.
I would love it if they heard us.
Well, send me a synopsis.
Okay, will do, Madam Verdugo Peralta. We are good.
Good. Okay, good morning. The Hearing Board of the South Coast Air Quality Management District is in session. Today is January 28th, 2021. The time is 9:15 a.m. and we are meeting remotely via Zoom, given the current pandemic and the stay-at-home orders in place in the state of California. We had 3 matters on the calendar this morning. As you probably all have seen, we already just had our pre-hearing teleconference with Booster Fuels, which leaves us with 2 hearings on our regular calendar. We have the matter of North Hills Cleaners, case number 6198-1 for a regular variance, and also the South Coast AQMD versus Ralph's Grocery Company 6166-1 for status report and possible modification of the order for abatement. Who is, first of all, we have an interpreter for our first matter. So, and it's a Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, I see you, thank you. And Mr. Lee, I'm gonna swear you in first so that you can interpret and we can call the matter. If you can raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will make a true interpretation to the witness from English to Korean, and that you will make a true interpretation of the witness's answers to questions from Korean to English to the best of your ability?
I do.
Thank you very much. And can you, if you can help us interpret, we're going to call the matter, and if you can ask who is representing the North Hills Cleaners today.
네, 오늘 노스 힐스 클리너스를 대표해서 나오신 분 성함이 어떻게 되시죠?
메이슨 쿡이요.
His name is Mason Cook. He's representing the North Hills Cleaner.
Okay, and can he spell his name for the record?
네, 기록을 위해서 스펠링을 좀 말해 주시겠습니까?
M-A-N-S-O-N, Mason, last name K-O-O-K.
Thank you. And Mr. Cook, are you the owner, or how are you associated with North Hills Cleaners?
네, 국 선생님.
예.
지금 그 North Hills Cleaner의 주인이 되시나요?
예, 그렇습니다.
Yes, I'm the owner of the cleaner.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to ask who is representing the executive officer today for the district?
Gary Hani Zavara on behalf of the executive officer.
Okay. We have also received, for this matter, we've received from Ms. Honeyzavra proposed conditions, and we're going to mark those as Exhibit A. And Mr. Lee, if you can let Mr. Cook know and ask him if he has received, if he has a copy of them.
네, 국 선생님 지금 보여주셨던 증거물 A로 채택된 서류를 받으셨나요?
예, 받았습니다.
Yes, I received it.
And let me ask, since they're in English, can you ask Mr. Cook if he was able to understand the conditions?
네, 보낸 그 서류에 대해서 다 이해를 하시고 누가 설명을 해주셨나요?
예.
Yes, I understood.
Okay, wonderful. All right. Ms. Honeyzavra, I'm going to ask you for your opening statement in a moment, but do you anticipate opposition and a long hearing? Because I just want to let the next case know about how long we might take.
I don't necessarily anticipate opposition. To be honest, I plan to reserve my position until the end, but we did speak last week and there were some encouraging points made on the phone. So I don't necessarily anticipate a long hearing on my end. I don't anticipate calling any witnesses on my end either, but I do have a list of questions for Mr. Cook.
Okay. So I'm going to let Ralphs know that we will definitely take at least an hour with this matter, and to please check back in by 10:30 because we'll probably take a break in between if we haven't concluded this matter. And at that time, we'll let you know about how long. But it's my hope that even though this matter includes an interpreter, that we might be able to quickly get through it. Okay, I'm going to ask Mr. Cook to be sworn in, and any other person who's present who may wish to testify during this hearing, to please raise your right hand. Mr. Lee,
국 선생님 오른손을 올려주시겠습니까? 선서하겠습니다.
do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury
선생님 위증하지 않으시고 진실만을 말해주시고
예,
that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
오직 진실, 온전한 진실만 말하실 것을 맹세하십니까?
예,
I do.
I do.
Thank you. Thank you all. Okay. Mr. Cook, are you familiar? Have you watched any of our hearings, or did you receive the instruction sheet that was sent to you with how our hearings work?
네, 국 선생님 이런 공청회를 보신 적이 있거나 공청회가 어떻게 진행된다고 이야기를 들으셨습니까?
그런 적 없어요.
I haven't received any information about the hearing.
Let me quickly go over that before we start.
네, 그럼 잠깐 설명드리겠습니다.
Okay, first of all, we conduct our hearings a lot like a court of law in terms of taking testimony and asking questions.
네, 기본적으로 법원에서 진행되는 것처럼 증거물이나 증언을 듣고 그거에 바탕으로 해서 진행이 된다고 보시면 되겠습니다.
예,
We are going to begin by asking each side, you and then the district, to just simply present a brief opening statement as to your position.
네, 처음 시작은 선생님이 이 문제에 대해서 하실 말씀을 간단하게 이야기하시고 또 반대편 측에서 간단하게 이야기를 하는 모두 진술로부터 시작이 될 것입니다.
And then we're going to come back to you, and you can tell us everything you wish to tell us about your position, what you're asking for us today, and also to present the documents, if you wish, that are attached to your variance petition.
네, 그리고 서로 양측의 간단한 모두 진술이 끝나면 국 선생님한테 다시 돌아와서 선생님의 입장, 그리고 어떤 것을 지금 필요로 하시는지, 어떤 베리언스를 신청하셨는지에 대해서 설명하시면 되겠습니다.
We will then, Ms. Honeyzavra for the district will ask questions, and then the board will likely have some questions as well.
네, 그리고 반대쪽에 이제 질문을 한 다음에 여기 이사회들한테 그거에 대한 의견을 받게 될 겁니다.
I'm just going to quickly go over the findings that we need to make since you're not familiar with them. I'm going to share my screen.
네, 지금 스크린 한번 보시면 어떤 것들을 이야기할지 설명을 드리겠습니다.
Okay. These are the findings that we are required to make under the California Health and Safety Code for variances.
네, 캘리포니아 헬스 세이프티 코드 때문에 아래 있는 것들에 대해서 선생님한테 질문을 하게 될 겁니다.
Okay.
Yeah.
The first one is very straightforward. It's simply that you are in violation, or would be if you operate your PERC machine after the deadline of last year, you would be in violation of Rule 1421.
네, 아시다시피 룰 1421에 의해서 작년 12월 31일까지 펄크 기계 사용을 금지해야 된다는 것을 알려드리고 그것을 위반하게 되는 것이 어떻게 되는지 또 한번 이야기해 보도록 하겠습니다.
The second one we focus a lot on, and it is that the violation or non-compliance with 1421 needs to be due to conditions that were beyond your reasonable control. I'll go through that a little more.
네, 두 번째가 중요한데요. 룰 1421을 어기면서까지 펄크 머신을 사용해야 되는 선생님의 입장이나 지금 상황이 어떤지를 잘 설명해 주셔야 됩니다.
지금 해야 돼요?
아니, 지금 말고요. 이따가요.
예,
For beyond reasonable control, we look at a few factors. Number one, we look at the date from which the rule was adopted, and 1421 was adopted in 2002. So we look at actions that you may have taken since that date to be in compliance.
네, 어쩔 수 없는 상황에 처했다라는 것은 이 룰 1421이 2002년에 제일 처음에 제정이 됐는데 그 이후에 비즈니스를 하시면서 어떻게 이것을 따라가려고 노력을 하셨는지 그리고 앞으로 어떻게 하실 것인지 나중에 대답하셔야 됩니다.
But because you are a small business, we take additional considerations into account, including it's stated as any claimed ignorance of the requirement from which a variance is sought. So we would take into account when you may have learned about the rule.
네, 그리고 선생님 같은 경우는 소규모 상공인이기 때문에 그 전에 법이 제정됐을 때 이 법을 모르셨을 수도 있고 언제 이 법을 알게 되셨는지에 대해서 또 여쭤보게 될 겁니다.
And also importantly, we will take into account your financial and other capabilities to comply with Rule 1421.
네, 그리고 또 중요한 것은 선생님이 현재 재정 상황이 어떤지, 그래서 이 법안을 따라가시기 위해서 어떤 어려움이 있는지 나중에 또 설명해 주시면 되겠습니다.
And now going back up, we also need to find what this should not be a problem, that there would be an arbitrary or unreasonable taking of property, which means what would financially, or sorry, what would happen to you if you were not granted a variance today?
네, 그리고 만약 오늘 이 연기 신청이 허가되지 않는다면 선생님한테 어떤 피해가 있을지 또 나중에 설명해 주십시오.
We also need to weigh any harm to your business versus the impact of additional emissions of PERC.
네, 그리고 또 중요한 것은 선생님의 이 영향이 이 법안이 통과되지 않으면 선생님 비즈니스에 미치는 영향과 그 다음에 환경에 미치는 안 좋은 영향을 저희가 잘 무게 중심을 달아서 어떤 것이 더 중요한지 판단하도록 하겠습니다.
We'll look at what actions you may have taken to try and avoid needing a variance today, like sending cleaning out somewhere else, those kinds of actions.
네, 그래서 그 다음에는 선생님이 이 룰을 따르기 위해서 어떤 노력을 하셨는지, 그 가지고 있던 일감을 다른 데로 맡겼다든가 아니면 다른 어떤 노력을 하셨는지에 대해서 이 파크 사용량을 줄이기 위해서 어떤 노력을 하셨는지에 대해서 설명하시도록 하겠습니다.
And we will also look at, as reflected in the proposed variance conditions, the extent to which you are willing to reduce your excess emissions by reducing your use of the PERC machine.
네, 그리고 만약에 이 허가가 하신 것이 신청이 받아들여진다면 어떻게 해서 파크 사용량을 줄여가실지도 설명하셔야 합니다.
And then we need to look at your ability to monitor your use of the PERC machine, which also is worked into the proposed conditions.
네, 그리고 만약에 허가가 된다면 선생님이 어떻게 이 파크 사용량을 모니터링하고 줄여가는지 잘 보시게 될 수 있는지 그거에 대해서 설명해 주셔야 됩니다.
Okay. And with that, I'm going to ask Mr. Cook if you would like to give an brief opening statement of your position.
네, 지금 선생님의 입장을 간단하게만 일단 말씀해 주시겠습니까?
네, 지금 12월 31일 끝나고 나서 그러기 전에 코비드-19으로 인해서 전체적인 매상이 50% 이하를 떨어졌어요. 그래서 지금 상황으로서는 기계를 사려고 작년도에 준비했지만 코비드-19은 길어지고 있기 때문에 기계 페이먼을 할 수 없어서 기계 페이먼을 또 못하게 되면은 기계를 돌리지 못하게 되기 때문에 제가 기계를 못 돌리면 어디 가서 빨래를 해와야 되는데 그 해온다는 자체가 그렇게 쉽지도 않고 비용 면에서 많은 지출이 되기 때문에 연장하려고 그럽니다.
I know the deadline was January 31st of last year. And since the COVID-19, the pandemic started, our sales has dropped by 50% approximately. And we were preparing to install a new machine last year, but then due to the pandemic and the financial difficulties, it was hard to make a payment on the machine. So the only option that we had was to outsourcing our clients' clothes to other cleaners to finish the product. But then that was difficult too. And it also has a financial difficulty. So that's the main reason I'm asking for the variance.
Thank you. And okay, you know what, we'll come back to you. I'm going to turn to Ms. Honeyzavra for the opening of the district, please.
Good morning, Chair Prusak and members of the board, and good morning, Mr. Cook. And thank you for your time this morning. The district does have some concerns regarding the granting of this variance. However, there are some encouraging points that were made in the petition. Should I stop or should I wait until the end?
Oh,
네, 선생님 일단 여기 참여해 주셔서 감사하고요. 저희가 생각하는 걱정되는 포인트가 몇 가지 있습니다. 그렇지만 선생님이 하신 노력에 대해서 좋은 모습을 보이는 것을 몇 개를 저희가 발견했습니다.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lee. So for instance, petitioners provided some detailed evidence of their financial circumstances, as well as evidence that they've contacted suppliers to inquire regarding new machines and that they've received a quote on a new machine.
네, 예를 들어 선생님이 지금 재정 상태가 얼마나 어려우신지 정확하게 잘 보여주셨고, 그리고 새로운 기계를 구입하기 위해서 제조업자한테 연락했던 그런 자료들을 다 보여주셨기 때문에 그것은 상당히 좋은 모습이라고 생각합니다.
The district is also aware of and sympathetic to the circumstances surrounding petitioner's business involving COVID-19 and the impacts that COVID-19 has had on petitioner's business.
네, 선생님이 비즈니스가 지금 코비드-19로 인해서 얼마나 많은 타격을 받았는지 저희도 잘 알고 있고 상당히 안타까운 마음을 가지고 있습니다.
Petitioner had initially indicated in their petition that they had hoped for a 90-day extension to install their machine by March 1st of 2021.
네, 선생님이 이 베리어스를 신청하셨을 때는 90일 동안 연기 신청을 하셨고 새로운 기계를 3월 1일까지 설치하신다고 말씀을 하셨는데요.
However, I did reach out to petitioner last week to discuss the hearing, and it would appear that perhaps more time is needed.
네, 저번 주에 선생님한테 제가 연락을 해서 공청회에 대해서 잠깐 이야기를 나눴는데요. 말씀하신 바에 따르면 90일 이상이 소요될 것 같다고 연기될 수 있다고 말씀하셨습니다.
Given some of that uncertainty surrounding the time required to comply, the district will reserve taking a position until the close of testimony so that I can get a better sense of petitioner's path to compliance. Thank you.
네, 그래서 선생님이 이 공청회 다 끝나실 때까지 입장을 다 들은 이후에 저희의 입장을 발표하도록 하겠습니다.
thank you, Ms. Hanizavra. I'm going to turn back to you, Mr. Cook, and please, if you can fill us in on what you've done prior to the deadline to try to get into compliance, what you've done since then, and how long you're requesting the variance for today.
네, 선생님 일단 두 가지 질문이 되겠는데요. 그 데드라인이 끝나기 전까지 이 룰을 따르시기 위해서 어떤 노력을 하셨는지를 말씀해 주시면 되겠고요. 그리고 얼만큼 더 많은 시간이 필요하신지 연기를 하셔야 되는지를 말씀해 주시면 되겠습니다.
예, 그 12월 되기 전부터 가능하면 딴 에이전시에 가서 클린을 해가지고 와서 가게에서 배깅 하려고 그렇게 계획을 했는데 아까 얘기한 대로 비용도 만만치 않고 또 굉장한 소량이기 때문에 밖을 내보면 그만큼 이익이 줄어들기 때문에 너무 힘들었고 가능하면 안에서 드라이 클린 안 하고 물빨래 하는 걸로 많이 줄였어요. 근데도 워낙 매상이 줄기 때문에 이 상태로서는 기계에 놓는다는 것은 정말 힘들었고 아까도 말씀드렸지만 3월까지 기계를 놓는다고 그랬는데 이 팬데믹이 계속 이렇게 지금 그 금년 21년도 들어와서도 계속 이렇게 심하니까 매상은 늘지 않고 계속 줄어들고 있는 상황이라서 조금 더 연장해 주셨으면 하는 그걸 제가 의견을 드렸습니다.
얼만큼 더 연장해 드리면 되겠습니까?
지금 봐서는 한 6월 정도가 가능하지 않을까. 왜 그런가 하면은 여러분들 아시지만은 사람들이 팬데믹 때문에 우선 옷을 입고 나갈 일이 없어요. 그러니까 클린러 올 사람도 없고 또 자택 근무하는 사람들이 많기 때문에 매상의 변화가 없어요. 늘지가 않아요. 그러니까 연장을 좀 해 주셨으면 이제 6월 정도 가서 기계를 폐기할 수 있는 사정이 되면은 그때 저 하려고 기계도 다 에스티메이트 받았고 다 해놓은 상태입니다.
네, 알겠습니다.
Mr. Lee, moving forward, if you could do it in smaller portions and have your,
Okay, I'll do that. I'll try to cut them off. So before the deadline, we were trying to outsource the products that were coming into our cleaner, but that was difficult because it was a small amount of cleaning. So it was hard to find the outsourcing, and we had a financial difficulty since the pandemic. Like I said before, our sales have been dropped. So we were trying to use the minimum amount of perk to clean the material and then try to use the wet machine as much as possible. And I got the estimate for the machine to comply with the rules. But then the pandemic is prolonging and then it continues longer than I expected. So our sales has not been increased as I expected. So instead of 90 days of the variance I talked about, I would think that it comply with the rules by early June. So if you were to permit the variance to the June, I think I could comply with the rules.
is there anything else you'd like to say, or should we turn it over for questions?
조금 더 하실 말씀 있으십니까? 아니면 다른 질문을 할까요?
그 기계 지난번에 이거 하기 전에 어떤 분이 전화 와서 한국 분이 트랜슬레이션 했는데요.
네.
그러니까 하루 사용료가 40불이라 그랬고 또 기간은 언제인지 모르는데 800파운드라고 하셨는데 하루에 40불이면 한 달이면 25일이면 거의 1000불이 돼요. 그러는데 기계 구입해서 페이먼하는 금액이 980불이에요.
네.
그러니까 그건 좀 하루에 40불 차지한다는 거는
기계를 빌리시면 말씀하시는 거죠?
예?
기계를 렌트하셨을 때는 말씀하시는 거죠?
아니요. 이 기계를 계속 쓰면 하루에 40불 내라고 그러셨어요. 어떤 여자분이.
퍼크 기계를 계속 사용하면요.
예. 그런데 그거는 제가 대답은 안 했지만 그 25일에 하루 40불이면 거의 1000불이에요. 한 달에. 1000불이면 기계 리스 페이하는 값인데 그건 참 불가능하다고 생각합니다. 그리고 기간은 언제인지 모르지만 800파운드를 쓴다는데 언제 기간 동안 800파운드를 써야 되는지 모르지만 드라이클리닝 비즈니스가 어떤 날은 파운드가 높고 어떤 파운드 날은 적고 이러기 때문에 어떤 파운드에 정해서 비즈니스를 하기는 참 어려운 게 어떤 날은 이불을 가져오는 사람도 있고 2배의 컵을 가져오면 파운드가 많이 나가면 파운드를 오버돼요.
네, 알겠습니다.
그렇기 때문에 그런 문제를 좀 조정해 주셨으면 합니다.
I spoke to someone earlier and they said I had to pay $40 a day for using the machines and estimate about 25 business days in a month. That would ask me to be close to $1,000. And they also talked about I could use 800 pounds, but that didn't specify the time period that I could use the 800 pounds. So for example, I got the estimate for the new machine. The payment on a new machine on a monthly basis is less than 1,000, close to like $980 approximately. So that's almost even more than buying a new machine. So it's really difficult for me right now because we have serious financial difficulty due to the pandemic.
Thank you. Would you like me to turn it over to questions from Ms. Hanizavra?
네, 그러면 다음 질문으로 저쪽 분한테 넘어가도록 하겠습니다.
네.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your statement. Ms. Hanizavra, questions?
Good morning again. Just to clarify, it was myself and a translator from the district who did speak with Mr. Cook, I believe last Friday afternoon, to discuss the conditions, and the $40 that came up was the excess emissions fees, which will apply to if the variance is granted to the days that every day that the machine is in use, there will be excess emissions fees associated with that. So, and the 800, oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. I was going to let Mr. Lee translate, but you go ahead.
Go ahead.
네, 선생님, 그때 저번 주 금요일 날 통화하셨던 분이 지금 그 보고 계신 한의사바 씨가 통화를 하셨던 거고요. 이분이 그 디스트릭에서 나오신 분입니다. 그래서 그분이 말씀하신 것처럼 그 하루에 그 퍼크를 사용하는 사용료가 40불이 든다는 걸 말씀드렸던 거고요. 이제 허가가 난 다음에도 이 800파운드라는 거에 대해서는 조금 더 자세히 설명드리도록 하겠습니다.
So with that, let me ask a few questions. The first question, Mr. Cook, how long has this location been in operation?
지금 현재 운영하고 계시는 세탁소를 그 같은 자리에서 얼마나 운영하셨죠?
2007년도 시작해서 지금까지 했습니다.
I took over the business in 2007.
And do you operate any other dry cleaning locations?
다른 드라이 클리너로 비즈니스를 하고 계시나요? 여기 말고도?
없습니다. 하나밖에 없습니다.
This is the only one that I'm operating.
What year did you obtain your current perk machine?
지금 사용하고 계시는 퍼크 기계를 몇 년에 구입하셨죠?
제가 이 가게를 구입했을 때 벌써 전 주인이 샀다고 생각합니다. 2000년도 온 걸 기억하고 있습니다.
When I bought the business, the perk machine was already installed, and I estimate that the previous owner had bought this machine around 2000.
Thank you. Do you have any other dry cleaning equipment at this site?
지금 그 퍼크 머신 말고 다른 드라이 클리닝 기계가 있으십니까?
없습니다.
Well, that's the only machine that I have for the dry cleaning.
And do you recall how many gallons of perk you're permitted to use per year according to your permit?
네, 퍼밋에 의해서 선생님 1년에 사용할 수 있는 퍼크의 양이 얼마나 되시는지 알고 계십니까?
30 몇 파운드를 알고 있습니다.
As far as I know, it's something like 30 something pounds a year.
And can you estimate before the pandemic, so before of March of last year, how many gallons per year of perk did you actually use?
네, 그렇다면 선생님이 팬데믹이 터지기 전 작년 3월 이전으로 돌아갔을 때 1년을 평균치로 내본다면 몇 파운드 정도의 퍼크를 사용하셨나요, 대부분?
30 파운드를 넘지 않은 걸 알고 있습니다.
As far as I remember, I didn't exceed 30 pounds a year.
Okay. And do you recall or can you estimate also pre-pandemic, how many pounds of clothing per year were you processing?
네, 그렇다면 팬데믹이 터지기 이전 선생님이 들어온 빨랫감이 얼마나 되는지 아시겠습니까? 몇 파운드나 될까요?
몇 개요?
1년 동안 사용하는 들어오는 빨래 양이 몇 파운드나 된다고 생각하십니까?
1년에 한 10,000파운드요?
I would estimate close to 10,000 pounds a year or low.
Do you recall the date, approximately the date that you last purchased perk? It can be an estimate.
네, 마지막으로 퍼크를 매입하신 날짜가 대충 언제인지 기억이 나시나요?
작년인가 한번 산 걸로 기억이 나는데 그러고는 없었어요.
I don't exactly remember the exact date, but it's sometime in last year.
And is there any of that perk still remaining in the machine?
그때 매입하신 퍼크가 아직도 기계에 남아 있나요?
예.
Yes.
Have you used the perk machine this year? In other words, after December 31st of 2020, have you used it in 2021?
네, 2021년에 들어서 1월부터 지금까지 1월 1일부터 현재까지 퍼크 기계를 사용하셔서 퍼크를 사용하신 적이 있나요?
예, 있습니다.
Yes.
Can you approximate how many pounds of clothes you've processed this year using the perk machine?
그렇다면 올해 들어서 펄크 기계를 사용해서 몇 파운드 정도의 빨랫감을 처리하셨는지 대충 아시겠습니까?
하루에 한 40파운드, 42파운드 정도요, 하루에.
I would estimate about 40 to 42 pounds a day.
그리고 Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 3day만.
Only Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 3 days only in the week.
Yeah, that was my next question. So on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, is it a full day, 9 to 5, or what are the hours of operation?
네, 선생님, 그럼 영업 시간이 월, 수, 금은 9시부터 5시까지인가요? 영업 시간이 어떻게 되시죠?
영업 시간은 7시부터 7시고요.
네. It's 7 to 7.
7 to 7. Okay. And before the pandemic, was the perk machine used every day?
그러면 팬데믹이 터지기 전에는 펄크 머신을 매일 사용하셨었나요?
예, Monday through Friday 썼는데요. 7시부터 12시가 있었어요.
밤 12시까지 말씀하시는 겁니까?
아니, not 12시.
네.
파트타임. 7시부터 12시까지.
Pre-pandemic, I used the machine on Monday through Friday, but only through 7 to 12 p.m.
Okay. And then from 12 to 7, would petitioner be using other equipment, or was the business only open from 7 to 12?
네, 그러면 아까 말씀하신 것처럼 12시 이후부터 7시 문을 닫으실 때까지는 어떤 기기를 사용하셨던 건가요?
그때는 7시부터 12시까지 하면 기계가 모두 다 끝나요. 보일러하고 모두 다 끝나고 작업도 끝나고 일하는 사람 가고 그러죠.
그 12시 이후에는 그 기계를 전혀 사용하시고 아무 기계도 사용하지 않으셨어요?
안 하죠.
So I've only used the machine 7 to 12 and I didn't use any other machine after that.
Is there any other type of dry cleaning or wet cleaning machinery on site? In other words, what is the business comprised of? Is it just dry cleaning, or are there other services?
네, 드라이 클리닝 이후에 웹 클리닝이나 다른 서비스를 갖고 계신 게 있나요? 다른 기계가 또 있으신가요? 다른 서비스
예,
있으신가요?
와시머신이 50파운드 와시머신이 있고요. 드라이어가 있고 그 두 개만 있습니다.
So I have a 50 pound washer machine and the dryer. That's the only two other machines that are installed in the business.
Okay. So can you estimate, I know it's probably a repetitive question, but can you estimate how much of your business relies on the perk machine? And this can be before the pandemic. So was it the bulk of the business, or 50%?
네, 팬데믹이 터지기 전에 그러면 펄크 머신 기계를 사용해서 들어오는 수입의 대부분을 차지하셨나요? 몇 퍼센트라고 보시면 되겠습니까? 그거를 통해서 들어오는 매상이.
매상이 몇 %요?
네, 전체 매상의 몇 퍼센트를 펄크 기계를 사용하셔서 하셨다고 생각하세요?
그게 몇 %? 매상의 몇 프로를 폴크 기름을 썼나 그 얘기죠?
대충 그냥 짐작하시면은
예, 한 30-40%요?
I would estimate 30 to 40%.
And so the remaining business is solely use of the washing and drying machines?
그렇다면 나머지 60-70%는 워시머신을 통해서 그 매상이 이루어지는 건가요?
예, 웹 클리너. 물빨래용이 많기 때문에.
So I would estimate 60 to 70% of the sales is through the wash machine, wet machine.
Okay, perfect. Can you tell us how many employees you have at this location, if any?
네, 지금 직원이 몇 명 있으시죠?
2명이요.
2 employees.
2 employees. And can you talk a little bit about how your business has been impacted by the pandemic? Have you had to let anybody go? And can you talk a little bit again about how your sales have been impacted, that sort of thing?
네, 일단 그러면 팬데믹이 터진 이후에 직원을 해고해야 되는 경우가 있으셨나요? 그리고 만약에 매상이 떨어졌다면 얼마만큼이나 떨어지셨나요?
매상은 전체 매상의 50%가 떨어졌고요.
네,
팬데믹 일어나고서는 월수금 3일을 일했는데 4시간 내지 3시간 일했고요.
네,
월수금.
네,
그리고 앞에 카운터 보는 일은 오전에는 제가 거의 다 했고요.
네.
Right.
점심으로 갈 동안은 제가 파트타임 다른 사람을 쓰고 그랬었어요.
그러니까 직원을 해고하신 경우는 없으신 거예요?
예, 없어요. 없고 시간을 다 줄였죠.
Okay. We didn't lay off anybody, but then we decreased the hour for our employees. And we will only open Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, only for 3 to 4 hours. And I would estimate my sales has been dropped more than 50% compared to the pre-pandemic.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. I just wanted to note that if I go off camera, I am still in attendance of the meeting. I'm sorry, Ms. Hanizava, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just want to let you know. For the record. Thank you.
And Lee, if you could let Mr. Cook know what Dr. Bernstein just said, so he knows he's in attendance.
네, 지금 닥터 번스틴 씨가 잠깐 화면에 사라지더라도 나가시는 게 아니니까 그렇게 알고 계시면 되겠습니다.
예.
Okay. So I want to go back to how much perk has been used so far this year, because and maybe we can explain again to petitioner that if a petition is granted, one of the district's proposed conditions is that for the full period of time that the variance is granted, we would want there to be an 800-pound limit on the amount of clothes that can be processed with the machine, minus however much has already been used, however many pounds of clothes have been processed already this year. So it would be 800 pounds minus whatever he's already processed. That's a proposed condition from the district. Of course, the board, in its discretion may develop other conditions or other limits, but does he understand that condition? I guess that's the first question.
네, 이쪽 디스트릭에서 지금 제안하는 거거든요. 만약에 올해 허가가 된다면 허가 기간 동안 그게 허가 기간이 선생님이 신청하신 기간이 얼마가 될지 모르지만 그 펄크 기계를 사용해서 빨래를 할 수 있는 빨래의 양을 800파운드로 제한한다고 합니다. 그래서 아까 말씀드린 게 800파운드고요. 그리고 지금
하루에 800파운드예요?
네?
800파운드가 어느 기간이에요? 어떻게?
그러니까 그 허가된 기간 안에 예를 들면 90일이 허가가 됐다거나 뭐 120일이 허가되면 그 기간 안에 펄크 기계를 이용해서 빨래를 하실 수 있는 양을 800파운드로 제한하는 거고요. 거기서 이미 1월 달에 빨래를 펄크 기계를 사용하셔서 한 거를 빼셔야 됩니다. 그러니까 몇 파운드가 되는지 그걸 이해하셨죠?
예.
Yes, I understand it.
Okay. And can you go back to, you mentioned, and I probably misunderstood or may have misunderstood, Mr. Cook mentioned that the hours that the facility has been operating have been reduced. So it's Monday, Wednesday, Friday, a few hours a day is what I understood. Is that correct? Because he also mentioned that employees have they been working longer hours or shorter hours? I guess that's two questions. So can you confirm the hours of operation on Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, and then whether the hours that the employees have been working have actually increased or decreased?
네. 예, 선생님 아까 한 거 다시 한번 확인을 해보겠는데요. 그럼 현재는 그 월수금만 지금 비즈니스를 오픈하시는 거죠?
아니요, 5일을 다 하는데요.
예.
기계만 월수금만 하고
네.
나머지 5일 동안 제가 오전에는 제가 다 일을 하고요. 카운터를 보고 기계를 안 돌리기 때문에 오후에는 다른 사람 파트타임 와서 하고 그래요.
그럼 7시까지부터 7시까지는 계속 오픈하시는 거고요.
예, 하는데 손님이 오지 않아도 해야 되니까.
네, 그리고 일하는 사람들은 시간은 줄이신 거고요.
예. 뭐 그렇다고 뭐 팬데믹 때문에 2시간 연다면 일감이 더 안 들어올 거고요.
예, 예. 그럼 선생님은 오전에만 일하시는 겁니까?
예,
12시간까지?
아침부터 12시까지 하고.
So to be clear, the business is open and operating for Monday through Friday. I'm talking about when I was talking about Monday, Wednesday, Friday, that was the day that I only used the perk machine. So 3 to 4 hours a day for Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And I only work 7 to 12. And my coworker, my employee is working through after 12 to 7. And the hour has been decreased for our employees.
Okay. Thank you for that. So can you talk a little bit about the attempts that you have made to send some of the dry cleaning out? Where has it gone and how has that process been?
네, 아까 잠깐 말씀하셨는데 제일 처음에 어려움이 있었을 때 그 들어오는 세탁물을 다른 쪽으로 보내서 세탁을 하시려고 하셨다는데 그럼 어느 쪽으로 보내셨고 그런 과정이 어떻게 되는지 잠깐 설명해 주시겠습니까?
예, 드라이 클리너만 할 옷을 갖다가 하시엔다 쪽에 있는 드라이 클리너에다가 클린해서 가져와서 여기서 프레스는 여기서 하려고 그랬어요. 기계 때문에.
So when the load for the dry cleaning comes in, I would have to send that to cleaner in Hacienda and then bring it back and then probably do the pressing at my own business.
How far away is the cleaner in Hacienda approximately?
하시엔다까지는 선생님이 그 비즈니스 얼마나 거리가 되나요?
한 18마일이요.
I would estimate about 18 miles from my business.
Okay. And what are the costs associated with sending it out to the Hacienda cleaner?
그렇다면 하시엔다에 있는 곳으로 보내시면서 발생하는 엑스트라 코스트가 있을 거잖아요. 그럼 그 비용이 얼마나 더 들까요?
그 값은 모르지만 하나당 거의 2불씩 차지.
So I cannot actually pinpoint the cost of the extra cost, but they charge about $2 per load for each
per piece.
or piece.
And how does that differ to how much you would charge yourself?
그렇다면 선생님이 직접 그걸 하시면은 가격이 어떻게 되나요?
한 4불 50 이렇게 되죠.
선생님이 하시는 게 더 비싸시다고요?
아니, 프레스 해가지고 손님한테 받는 값이 4불 50, 4불이에요.
So after pressing it, after dry cleaning and pressing it, I would probably charge my customer about $4.50 for each piece, and it costs $2 to send it out.
Okay. Can you tell me if you're part of any dry cleaner associations or organizations?
선생님이 혹시 드라이 클리너 협회 같은 데 소속돼 계십니까?
예,
어디에 소속돼 계시죠?
남가주 세탁협회의 KDLA Association.
So it's called KDLA Association, it's Southern California, I guess, Korean Cleaners
드라이
Association.
클리너 Association.
Okay. And so were you aware of this Rule 1421 either through this association or in some other way?
네, 그렇다면 이 룰 1421에 대해서 협회를 통해서나 선생님 개인적으로 알고 계셨나요?
예,
Yes, I knew about it.
Okay. Have you known about it? How long have you known about it?
알고 계신 지는 얼마나 되셨죠?
2000년도 되기 전부터 제가 계속 연락하고 들었습니다.
2000년 전, 20년 전 말씀하십니까?
그러니까 팬데믹 생긴 후부터 제가 계속 들었어요.
So after the pandemic, I heard about that.
Okay. So before the pandemic, you were not aware of the requirements of Rule 1421.
그렇다면 팬데믹 터지기 전에는 1421에 대해서 전혀 모르셨나요?
알고 있었습니다.
알고 계셨어요? 아까 모르셨다면서요?
네, 알고 있었는데요. 팬데믹 생기고 나니까 기계를 제가 구입하려고 계획을 하고 있었어요. 그런데 팬데믹 생기고 나서 매상이 줄으니까 기계를 놓을 수 없는 상황이 됐어요. 왜냐하면 페이먼을 할 수 없으니까. 그래서 세탁협회하고 얘기하면서 이게 좀 연장이 될 수가 없냐 계속 저도 얘기했고 여쭤보고 인포메이션을 받았죠.
I knew about it pre-pandemic, and then after I hear this issue has been come up a lot more often after the pandemic, I have to try to contact the member.
You're starting to make me nervous.
The members of the association. Excuse me.
Sorry, that was background noise. Somebody's microphone was unmuted. I've now muted it.
Try to get some help from the association with the variance.
Okay, and what kind of help did you ask of the association, or was the association able to give?
그렇다면 선생님이 협회에 연락해서 도움을 청했을 때 협회에서 어떤 도움을 주셨나요? 어떻게 도와드리려고 했었나요?
협회에서는 아무 지금으로선 어떤 정해진 거는 없고 연장이 될지는 안 될지 모른다 그리고 저도 기다렸을 뿐입니다.
So when I asked about the rule that's coming into effect, which the deadline was last year, December 31st, the association they have no other choice. You just have to file the variance and then wait it out.
Okay. And have you been informed either through the association or through the district that there are grants available for purchase of certain types of new machines?
네, 그렇다면은 협회를 통해서나 디스트릭을 통해서 새로운 기계를 구입할 때 선생님한테 할당되는 그랜트 제도가 있다는 걸 들으셨나요?
그건 제가 모르고 있어요.
I haven't heard about anything about the grant.
Okay. You mentioned in the petition that you wanted a 90-day extension originally from January 1st to March. Can you explain what that timeline was based on? In other words, were you certain that you would be able to secure funding in that time to purchase a new machine?
네, 선생님이 진정서를 내셨을 때 90일 동안 연장을 일단 신청을 하셨거든요. 3월까지. 그럼 그렇다 9월 90일을 신청하셨을 때는 그러면 3월이 되면은 이 룰을 따라서 새 기계를 매입하실 어떤 계획이나 그런 기간이 정해져 계획이 있으셨나요? 왜 90일을 신청하셨나요?
3월 달 되면 팬데믹이 줄어들 걸로 제가 생각을 했고요. 그래서 3개월을 제가 얘기했고요. 그래야지만 페이먼이 가능하기 때문에 제가 3월 달을 했는데 지금 상황으로 봐서는 현재 상황이 모든 그 자택 근무하는 사람들이 나올 수 없기 때문에 매상이 늘어나지가 않아요. 그래서 모든 제가 뉴스를 들어봤을 때 6월경이나 좀 가능해질지 않을까 그 얘기를 자꾸 해요. 그래서 제가 이 얘기를 제안하는 겁니다.
네. So the 90-day extension that I initially filed was just based on my estimation. I just thought that the pandemic will be getting better by the time of, I would just think in March, the sales would go up. But then now that the way that things are going, that everybody's working at home, so there's not many people actually bringing their cleaning material to the cleaners. So I don't expect my sales to go up by the time of March, which I initially filed. So I would expect it to be, I could comply the rules and my financial situation will get better by June.
Okay. Can you talk about you provided with your petition a quote that you received on a new machine. Can you tell us about who you spoke with and whether or not that quote is still valid in terms of being able to purchase a machine for that quoted price?
네, 선생님 여기 보내신 자료에 보면은 새로운 기계에 대해서 이거 가격에 대해서 한번 문의를 하셨던 게 보이는데요. 어느 회사에 문의를 했고 지금 이 가격 그대로 매입하실 수 있는 상황인가요? 만약에 자금이 되시면?
예, 기계 회사는 웨스턴 멀티메릭이고요. 유니온 기계의 40파운드 기계고요. 하이드로카본이고 그래서 이 토탈 인스톨 트래킹 해서 45,184불 60전이에요.
So the company that I asked for the code was Western Multitech, and this machine is a hydrocarbon machine with a 40-pound load, and the price was $45,184.60, and it's still effective.
Okay. But there has been no promise to purchase. You have not obtained a purchase agreement for that machine.
그래서 아직 그 새 기계를 사시려고 계약을 하신 건 아니시죠?
예, 아직 아니에요.
No, I haven't signed an agreement for the purchase machine.
Okay. Have you looked into any loans or lines of credit or other grants to purchase the machine?
네, 그렇다면 새 기계를 구입하시기 위해서 은행에서 론을 받으신다거나 아니면 그랜트 같은 걸 한번 찾아보시거나 이렇게 하신 적은 있으신가요?
예, 제가 알아봤는데 지금 상황에서는 론하고 그랜트를 받는다니 참 쉽지 않고요.
네.
AQM은 리스 컴퍼니밖에 없어요.
네. So, based on my financial condition right now, it's really hard to receive a loan from a bank, and it looks like my only option is to get a lease on the machine, the equipment.
Okay. So you have looked into leasing?
그렇다면 리스 하시거나 이런 빌리는 거에 대해서 알아보셨다고 하셨는데 그쪽에 대해서 좀 알아보셨나요? 지금 옵션이 그거밖에 없다고 하셨는데.
예, 뉴욕에 있는 그 기계 리스 회사에 제가 알아봤는데 이자가 조금 비싸서 딴 데를 US 뱅크에 제가 지금 알아보고 있습니다.
네. So I had a quote on the leasing company based in New York, but then they have a very high interest. So I'm looking other ways to finance this.
Just a few more questions. Thank you. If you are not granted a variance today, how will that affect your business?
네, 만약 오늘 선생님한테 이 연장 허가가 허가되지 않으면 선생님 비즈니스에 어떤 영향을 미치게 될 것 같습니까?
만약에 제가 한두 달은 다른 데 가서 빨아서 할 수 있지만 다른 데 가서 빨아오면 그만큼 비용이 늘기 때문에 이 가게는 더 이상 운영이 힘들 것 같습니다.
If the variance is not granted today, my only option is to sending out my load to, like I talked about, to other cleaners. And maybe I could open my business for a couple of months and then hang in there, but then increased cost and everything else, I would eventually have to close my business because it's not granted.
제가 질문 하나 해도 될까요?
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, sure.
사실상 제가 이 가게에 들어와서 개인 사정이지만 2007년도에 가게를 구입한 후에 2008년도에 금융 파동이 와서 너무 힘들었고요. 그래서 조금 살아나는 것 같았는데 이 코비드-19이 또 와서 저는 너무 힘듭니다. 사실상 여기서는 일하고 인플로이 페이 조금 하고 저한테는 아무 혜택이 없어요. 지금 그런 상황이에요. 너무 힘든 상황이에요. 그래서 최대한 이 세상에 없던 이 팬데믹이 왔는데 최대한 선처를 바랍니다.
Yes, I just wanted to reach out and say that since I opened my business in 2007, I had to face the subprime situation in 2008, and I almost closed my business back then. And then due to this unprecedented pandemic situation, I'm having a real difficulty with my financial situation. So right now, only thing I could do is pay my employees. I'm not taking any money from my business right now. So I'm just trying to keep it open and try to pay my employees and not lay anybody off. So please take that into consideration when you grant the variance.
Just for the record, I'm the attorney for the district, so I do not have authority to grant the variance or not grant the variance, but I can take a position. On the variance, it's the board, which is an independent entity, which will grant the variance. But your point is well taken. I understand.
네, 선생님 지금 말씀하시는 그 여자분께서는 그 디스트릭을 대표하는 변호사시기 때문에 이분이 직접 결정을 내릴 수는 없지만 선생님이 어떤 얘기를 하시는지 잘 이해가 됐고요. 이분도 그분의 입장을 표명할 수 있기 때문에 최대한 선생님의 지금 어려운 사정을 받아들이도록 하겠습니다.
예.
Thank you very much.
Okay. And that's all the questions I have for now, actually.
네,
Thank you.
질문은
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Lee. You go ahead and do that. Did you want to Okay. This is a good time transition for me to introduce the board, which I should have done earlier. We are an independent board of the district. We're independently appointed.
네, 지금 이 결정을 내린 이사회는요, 이 디스트릭하고는 독립적인 다른 이사회라서 여기서 전체적으로 또 판단을 내리게 될 겁니다.
We have very limited power that has been granted to us in the California Health and Safety Code, and granting variances for which the 6 findings I went over can be made is one of our powers.
네, 아까 말씀드린 처음에 설명드렸던 어떤 것들 질문하신 거에 대해서 거기에 어떤 것들이 선생님들이 대답하신 거에 대해서 저희가 그 사실을 확인하고 그거에 대해서 알려드리겠지만 이 지금 보드 자체는 그 허가 신청을 내고 그거에 대해 결정을 하는데 모든 영향력을 다 갖고 있는 건 아닙니다.
예.
There are 5 members, and I'll introduce them now.
이사회는 지금 5분이 계시고 지금 소개해드리도록 하겠습니다.
I am Julie Prusak. I am the chair and attorney member of the board.
네, 선생님 지금 줄리 풀색 씨가 지금 의장님이십니다.
We also have Mr. Mohan Balagopalan, who is the vice chair and engineer member of the board.
네, 모한 볼라가폴란 씨가 지금 부의장이시고요, 엔지니어링 쪽을 담당하고 계십니다.
예.
Dr. Alan Bernstein is our medical member of the board.
닥터 앨런 버스틴 씨는요, 의료 쪽 의사 선생님이시기 때문에 그것을 담당하고 계십니다.
예.
Senator Nate Holden is a member of our board.
네, 지금 보시는 분은 네이트 홀든 씨는 시의원이십니다. 주의원이요.
And the final member of our board is Miss Cynthia Verdugo Peralta.
마지막 이사분은 신티아 버디고 퍼랄타 씨입니다.
And now I'm going to turn it over to my fellow board members and ask who might wish to begin asking questions of Mr. Cook. Dr. Bernstein.
Good morning, Mr. Cook and Mr. Lee, and thank you for attending our Zoom meeting this morning.
네, 국 선생님 히어링에 참가해 주셔서 감사합니다.
예.
Mr. Cook, I'm a bit confused. Could you just go over currently how the business is running?
You're breaking. Can you repeat the question again, Mr. Bernstein?
Yes. I'm a little bit confused on how the business is operating presently. We just go over since the beginning of this year, how is the business, what days of the business operating, and how many pounds of clothing he is processing during this time, and what is being outsourced, if any.
네, 조금 헷갈려서 그러는데요. 올해가 이제 시작됐을 때부터 선생님이 비즈니스를 연 시간대가 어떻게 되고 사용하신 펄크 양은 어떻게 되며 그다음에 얼마만큼의 드라이 클리닝 들어오는 것들을 바깥으로 내보내셔서 하셨습니까?
지금은 바깥으로 내보내지 않았죠.
네. 올해가 시작되고는 안 내보내셨고요. 예.
아침 7시부터 일량에 따라서 11시에 끝날 수도 있고 12시에 끝날 수도 있고 그렇죠. 그리고
아니요. 비즈니스를 여시는 시간이 7시까지 7시는 똑같으세요?
예, 이 오픈 시간은 7시도 7시인데요.
예.
안에서 기계를 옷을 빠는 시간은 7시부터 일량에 따라서 10시가 될 수도 있고 11시가 될 수도 있고 12시가 될 수도 있고 정해진 게 아니에요.
네.
그러니까 굉장히 적은 양의 지금 빨래가 들어오니까
네.
빨래 월요일 날 들어온 건 수요일 하고 수요일 날 들어온 건 금요일 하고 금요일 날 들어온 거는 그 다음 월요일 날가 빨게 되니까 양에 따라서 시간이 늘 수도 있고 줄을 수도 있고. 그러니까 최대한 물빨래용으로 되어 있는 건 물빨래 최대한 하기 때문에 펄크가 굉장히 적게 들죠.
So the business is open Monday through Friday, 7 to 7. And the perk machines are only used on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And depends on the load that's coming in. We might have to use for 7 to 10 or 7 to 11, 7 to 12, even less than that. So we're getting very small amount of loads from the customers. So we're using very small amount of perk machine right now. And since beginning of this year, we didn't outsource any the load to the different cleaner.
So previous testimony was corroborated, then doing approximately 40 pounds 3 times per week of dry cleaning at his facility.
네, 그렇다면은 일주일에 3번씩 선생님의 비즈니스에서 40파운드 머신이 돌아간다는 것이요.
40파운드 기계 돌릴 때 검정 색깔, 칼라 색깔, 흰 색깔 따로따로 빨기 때문에 한 파운드에 40파운드가 다 못 들어가요. 흰 빨래가 적을 때는 뭐 20파운드도 들어가고 칼라, 블랙, 화이트 같이 넣고 빨 수가 없거든요.
So the 40-pound machine is used 3 times a week, but then we had to separate the load of the black color, red color, and white color. So we might have to load the machine for 20 pounds or probably less than 40 pounds every time it goes to cycle.
Okay, so I'm trying to get an idea of the mileage. So how many, we're saying it between 20 and 40 pounds or what each load is comprised of?
네, 그렇다면은 평균 20파운드에서 40파운드 정도가 한번 머신을 돌릴 때 들어가는 건가요?
예.
You're right. It's comprised of 20 to 40 pounds for every cycle.
Sometimes 10파운드 들어가죠. 왜? 칼라에 따라서.
And sometimes if there's a less color material, then sometimes it's less than 20. But I would say typically 20 to 40 pounds.
Okay. Cook mentioned outsourcing some clothing to hacienda cleaners. Is that simply an option that he's been presented, or has he actually operationalized that and utilized that?
아까 하시엔다 클리너로 그 세탁물을 보내신다고 하셨는데 직접 그렇게 하신 적이 있었나요? 아니면은
아직은 보내지 않았어요.
So that was the only option that he explored. So he haven't actually sent out the load to the hacienda cleaners.
Okay. Are there any schools situated close to his facility?
선생님이 지금 하고 계신 비즈니스 근처에 학교가 있나요? 혹시 가까운 곳에?
하이스쿨이 한 5블락 근처에 있어요.
There's a high school about 5 blocks away from my business.
High school. Let me just check to see. That's all questions for now. Thank you.
네, 질문은 현재까지 고개 답니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you. I see Mr. Balagopalan is indicating he has questions as well.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Cook, do you know when your current permit expires?
선생님, 그 펄크 기계가 언제 그만 사용이 되시는지 알고 계십니까?
2000년 12월까지요.
네?
2000 디셈버까지요.
2020년이요? 2000년이요?
그러니까 2000년 지난해 12월까지요.
So he was keep on saying 2000, but I think he's mentioning 2020 December last year.
So has the permit expired or has he renewed the permit?
퍼밋이 그럼 지금 익스파이어 된 건가요? 아니면은 그대로 갖고 계신가요?
퍼밋은 그대로 있고요.
네. 퍼밋은 그럼 언제 익스파이어 되시는 건가요?
I'm sorry, there was.
어,
Can you repeat that again, please?
So
I
I'm
don't think
asking,
I don't think he translated yet the answer.
Oh, okay.
Did
네, 말씀하세요. 퍼밋 자체는 그럼 언제 익스파이어가 되는 것이죠?
내가 알기로는 5월인가 4월인가 5월 되는 거 알고 있어요.
올해요?
예, 리뉴, 예, 에브리어 리뉴 퍼밋 피를 보내는 기간이.
So my permit will expire on May 2021.
May. Okay. Thank you. May 20.
Is that, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, does that usually occur at the end of the month or at the beginning of the month? Do you know?
네, 대부분 그러면 그 월 초에 그게 리뉴를 하셔야 되나요? 아니면 월 말에 리뉴를 하셔야 되나요?
그러니까 매년 4월에서 중까지가 그 AQMD fee due date.
All I know is that between April to June is the payday for AQMD for the fees.
Okay, so you're not 100% sure as to the date of expiration. Is that right?
정확한 permit의 지금 expire 날짜를 모르시는 건가요?
예, 제가 잠깐만요. 제가
Let me take a look.
Thank you. Take your time.
annual renew fee는 June 1, 2019이 됐고요.
네?
작년에 그랬고 June 1이 됐고 하나는 또 하나는 이것도 June 1이에요. June 1, 2019. 세 종류거든요.
선생님, permit이 언제 expire 되는 날짜만 보시면 돼요.
June 1, 2019.
So he's saying the
6월
expiration
1일, 6월 1일.
June 1st, 2019. So which means it expired 2 years ago. So I don't know.
새로운 건 2021 6월 1일이요. 새로 온 건.
그게 있으신 거예요?
예.
Oh, okay. Now he's saying that it expires on June 1st, 2021.
June 1st. Okay.
Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Balagopalan, you may continue. Sorry.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Cook, have you signed a purchase agreement with Western Multitech?
네, 웨스턴 멀티텍하고 그 기계를 구입하시는 그 계약서에 사인을 하셨나요?
아직 안 했어요.
Not just yet. Not yet. Haven't signed a contract for the lease agreement.
He has not. Has he talked to anybody recently at Western Multitech?
최근에 웨스턴 멀티텍에 있는 직원하고 뭐 통화를 하시거나 계속해서 연락하신 적 있습니까?
예.
언제죠?
지난주에도 했습니다.
Yeah, I spoke to one of the representatives from the Western Multitech last week.
And what did they say about purchasing the equipment?
그쪽에서 그 기계를 매입하는 거에 대해서 어떻게 말씀하시던가요?
지금도 기계를 폐할 수 있는 재정 사항이 되면
네.
저는 더 미루지 않고 구입을 하겠는데 지금 페이먼이 문제라서 제가 연장도 하고 이렇게 부탁을 드리는 겁니다.
If my financial situation permits, I would purchase the new machine right now, but then the only reason is I cannot pay the payment of the machine if I purchase it. So that's the main issue. I haven't signed the contract yet.
So when does Mr. Cook? When do you anticipate being able to? I'm assuming a down payment, and then you're looking at financing it.
예, 그렇다면은 언제 다운 페이먼트를 하시고 그 페이먼트를 시작하시려고 이 기계를 구입하실 예정이십니까?
예정은 재정 상황이 좋아질 걸로 제가 믿고 6월로 아까 얘기를 했고요. 다운페이는 없고 첫 번째 달을 다운페이를 하고 그다음 매달 페이먼트 하는 겁니다. 기계를 있으면요.
I would anticipate that my financial situation will get better by June, and I would purchase the machine by June at the latest, and then there's no down payment. It's only installment payment, so I just have to make the first payment of the machine and move from there.
Okay. Now, when you talked to the representative from Western Multitech, did they talk about availability of machines?
네, 그렇다면 웨스턴 멀티텍 직원하고 얘기하셨을 때 지금 그 기계가 구입을 원하신다면 그 기계 자체는 그 구입이 가능한가요?
예,
물려고 있어요?
메이드 인 USA이기 때문에 조지아 아틀란타에서 만들고 있기 때문에 기계는 재고가 항상 있습니다.
So the machine is made in Georgia, so they always have the inventory if I decide to purchase the machine.
Okay. We also see, I think Mr. Cook has, you attached, I mean, we don't know who it's from, but a payment of $978. That's for the monthly payment for the loan of the machine, for the purchase of the machine.
보여진 걸 보면 한 달에 978불 페이먼트가 나와 있는데 그게 만약에 그 기계를 사시면 내야 되는 페이먼트가 맞습니까?
예, monthly payment.
Yeah, you're right. That would be the monthly payment for the machine.
And I think you also identified that you have to pay almost the same or more to the excess emission fee to AQMD versus the monthly payment. Is that, you understand that, right?
네, 선생님이 아까 말씀하신 것처럼 이 세 기기를 구입하지 않으면은 그 펄크 사용액이 하루에 40불이면 한 달에 1000불이라고 말씀하셨는데 거의 비슷한 가격을 내야 된다는 걸 알고 계시죠?
예, 지금 아까 얘기했지만 하루에 사용료가 40불이면 한 달에 1000불이에요. 그런데 1000불을 제가 낼 수 없기 때문에 기계를 연장해 달라고 지금 부탁을 드리는 거고요. 제가 재정의 상황이 있으면 연장 안 하고 제가 새 기계를 구입하면 저도 편하죠. 그런 상황이죠.
Yes, I understand there's an excess emission fee of $40 a day, which equivalent to about $1,000 a month. And like you said, that the payment of the machine is less than the fee that I have to pay. So if I were to, if I'm in a position to buy a new machine, that I would definitely buy it right now. But then that's the only main reason, that because of my financial difficulty, I'm asking for a variance.
We should stop there. I want to be very clear. If Mr. Cook and the cleaners is granted the variance, at that time, he would need to pay $40 a day excess emission fees. It's if he does get the variance, that would apply. If you can translate that for.
예, 하나를 확실하게 하고 가야 되는데요. 허가가 떨어지더라도 하루에 40불에 달하는 그 에미션 피를 내셔야 되는 겁니다. 허가가 떨어지면 그걸 안 내시는 게 아니에요.
However, the emission fee only applies on those days on which the PERC machine is operated. So if he's operating 3 days a week, that would be about $480 a month.
네, 그렇지만 그 펄크 기계를 사용한다고 해서 매일 돈을 내는 게 아니고요. 펄크 기계를 사용하시는 날 일주일에 3번 사용하신다고 하셨으니까 그 기간에만 돈을 내시는 거라서 약 120불씩 4주를 치면 480불 정도를 내셔야 되는 걸 알고 계셔야 됩니다.
예.
But just to be very clear, that excess emission fee applies if he gets the variance. So the variance is not from that fee. It will include that fee.
다시 한번 말씀드리지만 연장 허가를 받으셔도 그 사용하는 기간 내에는 하루에 그 기계를 사용하시는 동안 40불씩은 내셔야 되는 거를 다시 한번 말씀드리고 싶습니다.
예.
Understood.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Balagopalan, I'm sorry, you may continue.
No, that's fine.
Is it 10:30? Ms. Roberts, we are still, we haven't finished yet. However, we are on board questions of the petitioner. And so I do not anticipate, well, we'll probably have to take a break for about 15 minutes after we're done with that. I don't think we would be back before 11:30.
Okay, no problem. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And hopefully Mr. McDonough is hearing that as well, or if you could let him know. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Balagopalan, you may continue.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Cook, I think in response to a question by the district attorney, Ms. Hani Savara, you mentioned your revenue. I think the perk revenue was 25% or something. I was looking at your report that you submitted. I'm sorry, let me stop there.
네, 아까 선생님 말씀하셨을 때 그 펄크 기계를 사용해서 창출되는 매출이 한 매출의 뭐 25%, 30% 이렇게 말씀하셨는데요. Go ahead, Ms. Balagopalan.
Yeah, I think Ms. Prusak just showed the attachment that was submitted with the
Stop for a
petition.
moment. Wait, can we stop for a moment? This is a rare occasion. I think we have lost the senator.
Ah.
And I don't know when. So if we can take a moment.
네, 지금 한 분이 지금 줌 미팅에서 주합되셔가지고 잠깐만 기다리도록 하겠습니다.
Maybe this would be a good time to take a 15-minute break and then come back and during the break, try to find the senator, bring him back and find out what he may have missed.
네, 그렇다면 지금 잠깐 15분 정도 휴식을 취하고 다시 돌아올 텐데요. 나가지 마시고 그냥 비디오만 꺼놓으셨다가 다시 15분 후에 돌아오시면 되겠습니다.
예.
So if you can hold your questions, Mr.
Sure.
Balagopalan, we'll come back with
Okay.
you. We'll take a 15-minute break till 10:45, and Ms. Rothschild, if you can just try to let the senator know we're waiting for him, and we'll be back at 10:45.
네, 10시 45분까지 다시 오시면 되겠습니다, 선생님.
예.
Okay, we're off the record, and Mr. Cook and Mr. Lee, please do not leave the Zoom meeting, but please do mute your microphone so that we don't catch your background conversations.
I advise him to come back by 10:45, but don't leave meeting and just turn off the phone and mute himself.
Just turn off, yeah, the muted. Okay, thank you. We're off the record.
Yeah. Hi, Senator. This is Al Teresa. I left you a message on your phone, so we're coming back at 10:45. And we're on a break right now, but we need to know what it is that you might have missed.
I had a power outage.
He's back.
Okay. Yeah, I see him back, but do you know what you might have missed?
Well,
I mean,
with
Mohan was talking.
I missed Mohan,
You missed him. Okay.
but
All right.
Dr. Bernstein, I heard his questions.
Okay.
We'll see if we can, when we come back, well, actually now, maybe I can, while we're on a break, try to catch you up on what Mohan asked and what the answers were. In particular, Mohan asked when the current permit expires, and it took a little while to get that answer, and the answer was June 1st, 2021. Let's see. He asked when he last spoke to Western Multitech, which is the company that he had received the quote from in July, and he said it was last week. He said that the machine is made in Georgia and they always have on inventory, so they are always available. He said the problem that he's having is with the financing. Mr. Balagopalan asked about this, which is attached to the petition.
Right.
And he mentioned that that would be the financing agreement in terms of how much he would need to pay monthly. He was about to ask about the income report. Well, that's when I realized that you were missing, so we stopped before that. He also oh, that was Dr. Bernstein who clarified when he operates. I think that was everything. That's what I have on my notes. Oh, and also, I clarified for Mr. Cook, I clarified that the $40 per day excess emission fees are for if a variance is granted. And I let him know that it's not every day of the variance, but only on those days on which he uses the dry cleaning machine, so that he understood those costs. I think that's it. So we're coming back at 10:45, Senator. And then I think we can probably go from there, because I think that's about everything.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go take a little break. See you at 10:45.
Power went out. I don't know what happened.
What's that?
The power went out over here.
Really?
Yeah,
It came back quickly though.
it did. I was very upset about it. It came
Well,
back.
as soon as I noticed you, we'll stop. We'll definitely wait for you to come back, but I'm glad it was restored very quickly. That was helpful. All right, we'll come back in a little more than 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, it's about 10:45, so we'll start reassembling. I want to make sure, Senator, that you're still there. And for everyone else, during the break, Senator Holden came back on. He had a power outage. And I went through my notes of the questions and answers that Mr. Balagopalan has asked. So that's now on the webcast and on the record, even though the hearing wasn't going on. And that way we can hit the ground running. But I want to make sure, Senator, if you're there, I want to make sure you're still there. Okay, wonderful. Okay, so we're back on the record and we're going to resume with Mr. Balagopalan's questions. And we were I think Mr. Balagopalan was about to ask questions with regard to the North Hills Cleaners items report, which were attached to the petition. Okay,
Yes,
Mr.
thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Cook, first of all, thank you for providing that report. I think that it was useful to show how much of your revenue is coming from dry cleaning.
네, 먼저 선생님 보내준 그 리포트를 봤는데요. 어떻게 매상이 이루어지는지 잘 알 수 있어서 보내주셔서 감사합니다.
And my estimate is that about 75% of your revenue in 2019 and 2020 comes from dry cleaning. Is that about right?
네, 제가 보기에는 리포트를 보게 되면 2019년, 2020년에 거의 한 70%가 매상의 드라이 클리닝으로 이루어졌는데 맞습니까?
예.
You're about right. Yeah.
Okay. One last question, and you mentioned that you have a potential location to take the dry cleaning to in Hacienda Heights. Is that a family owned? I mean, is it a family member or is it somebody totally unrelated?
네, 아까 그 만약에 그 아웃소싱을 해야 되게 되면 하시엔다에 있는 클리너로 그 물건을 갖다 주신다고 했는데 거기서 그 클리너를 운영하시는 분이 가족 인원 중에 한 명이십니까? 아니면 전혀 모르시는 분이십니까?
아니, 그 세탁 협회에서 아시는 분인데요. 그 집에서 기계가 고장 날 때 저한테서 클린해 가고 저가 기계에 고장 나면 거기에 클린해 와서 아는 분이에요. 세탁.
He's not the family member, but I know the owner. He's the member of the association. So sometimes when his machine is having trouble, he sends his load to my cleaner. So I was expecting to do the same.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Board members, additional questions? Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the document, Mr. Cook, that you provided. And by the way, thank you for appearing this morning. It's the document that's after the quote for your stating some facts to us. And you are mentioning that you purchased North Hills Cleaners for $480,000 and you spent $120,000 for installation in 2007. You had previously said that the perk machine was already there when you purchased it. What was that $120,000 for?
네, 선생님이 보내주신 자료에 보면은 선생님이 2007년에 노스힐 클리너를 매입하실 때 48만 불을 지불하셨고 그다음에 12만 불을 새로운 기계를 인스톨하는 데 쓰셨다고 했는데 그러면 그 전에 기계가 그 안에 이미 있었다고 했는데 어떤 기계를 설치하신 건가요?
제가 이 가게를 샀을 때요.
네.
48만 불은 가게 권리금으로 샀고
네.
12만 불은 이 가게에 오니까 옷을 걸어 놓는 컨베어도 없었고
네.
앞에 카운터에 있는 컴퓨터도 없었고
네.
와셔머신도 없었고 드라이도 없었고 스파링 보드도 브로큰 돼서 없었고 그래서 12만 불은 전부 EQ만 산 거예요.
So that $120,000 that I spent on an equipment installment is basically on the equipments. So I had to spend the money. The perk machine was already there, but the conveyor belt, washer, dryer, or computer, position of sales system and the sparring board was already broken. So the 120,000 that I spent for the installation is for the equipment that I had to install in my cleaner.
Okay, thank you. And it was previously stated that your permit ends in June. Am I correct in that? I believe that's what my notes say, in June. And
날 퍼밋이 expire 된다는데 맞죠?
예, June 1st. 예. 그 리뉴얼 June 1st가 due date.
okay, and you're asking us to give you a variance until June?
그렇다면은 그런 6월 그 expire 되기 전까지 지금 연장 허가를 해달라는 말씀이시죠?
예.
Yes, you're right, ma'am. I would like to request for the variance until the expiration date, which is June 1st of 2021.
Of the permit?
Yes.
Okay, I wanted to clarify that. Okay, right now, those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to just make sure we clarify a few things, and then I had some questions. First of all, do you understand that the proposed conditions, which is similar to any other variance we have granted, has an 800-pound of clothing cleaned limitation for the entire variance and would include the pounds of clothes you've already cleaned since the first of the year?
네, 다시 한번 확인을 위해서 말씀드리는 건데요. 아까 말씀드렸지만 이 연장 허가가 된다면은 그 연장 허가 끝난 6월 1일까지 선생님이 퍼크 기계를 사용해서 클린할 수 있는 그 옷의 양이 800파운드라는 걸 아까 말씀드렸거든요. 그래서 1월 달에 이미 그 퍼크 기계를 사용하셔서 빨래를 하신 그 옷의 양을 800파운드에서 빼고 나머지 양을 6월까지 쓰실 수 있다는 걸 알고 계시죠?
예.
Yes, I understood that.
Okay. And you now understand, correct, that however you decide to run your business, if a variance is granted, the only time excess emission fees of $40 would apply is every day you use that machine during the variance.
네, 그리고 허가가 된다면 아까 말씀드렸던 것처럼 매일이 아니라 퍼크 기계를 사용하는 날들만 하루에 40불씩 그 피를 내셔야 된다는 것도 알고 계시고요.
예.
Yes, I understand.
I should go back. The 800-pound limitation that we just discussed, that's something that you could do under the variance. That's something that is feasible for you.
네, 그렇다면 800파운드의 리밋이 있다고 말씀드렸는데 6월 때까지 800파운드면은 충분한 양이시겠습니까? 그 정도면 괜찮으시겠어요?
지금 봐서는 좀 부족할 것 같은데요. 더 연장이 안 되면 저로서는 어떻게 하면 로우 페이먼으로 롱텀 하는 파이낸싱을 제가 지금 계속 찾고 있습니다. 기계를 구입하려고.
I would estimate the load will probably exceed 800 pounds, but if that's the only option, I will take that. But I'm looking all other options to finance from the bank or with a low interest to purchase the machine. So.
And understood, but with the other option that you've explained of hacienda cleaners, using that option combined with the limitation, is that feasible for you?
네, 그렇다면 아까 하시엔다로 보내는 방법도 있다고 하셨는데 그걸 포함해서 800파운드 정도면은 가능하시겠어요?
한 200파운드 좀 늘려주셨으면 한데요.
If it's possible, you could increase about 200 pounds more on top of 800 pounds. That will be feasible for me.
Okay.
Which has a 1,000 pound minus the load that he already did on the January.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that, Mr. Cook, that you're aware that the purpose of 1421, the rule we're talking about, was to eliminate PERC from the district, which is California has listed as a toxic air contaminant. Is he aware of that?
네, 선생님, 이걸 알고 계신지 물어보고 싶은데요. 그 조항 1421의 궁극적인 목적은 거기서 안 좋은 발암 물질이라든가 해로운 물질이 나오기 때문에 그걸 줄이기 위해서 이 법이 제정됐다는 걸 알고 계십니까?
예, 알고 있습니다.
Yeah, I understand it.
I missed before because my computer glitched. Miss Honeyzavra had asked how much it would cost per piece to dry clean at Hacienda. I understand that to be $2. Then she asked, what is the cost per piece if you clean it? I'd missed that. If you could just tell me that.
I happen to know it's he said $4.50 per piece. He's charging to the customer.
Oh, he charges $4.50. What would be his cost if he were to do it himself? Does he know that? And if not?
아까 그 하시엔다로 보내는데 2불 정도가 드시고 선생님이 한 피스당 손님들에게 4불 50전을 차지하신다고 하셨는데 선생님이 직접 하시는 커스트는 그럼 얼마나 되나요? 보내지 않게 되면?
1불 정도 되죠.
I would estimate around $1 for if I do it on my own.
Thank you very much for that answer. I don't think this was asked. I think the answer is no, but I want to make sure. Do you own any other dry cleaners?
아까 다시 한번 말씀드렸지만 기록을 위해서 다시 한번 물어보겠습니다. 선생님이 이 드라이 클리너 말고 다른 곳에 비즈니스를 갖고 계신가요?
없습니다.
No, this is the only one I'm operating.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you. I wanted to clarify, Mr. Balagopalan asked questions about this document. This document that is attached to your petition, is that the amount under lease agreement? Is that for a lease agreement or is that for financing?
네, 지금 여기 보시면 선생님한테 보친 거 제키 리시가 JPC에서 보낸 게 있는데요. 이게 5만 불 동안 60개월 동안 한다고 돼 있는데 이게 리스를 하는 건가요? 아니면 매입을 하시는 건가요?
리스.
리스요?
네, equipment lease.
So that would be the leasing amount for the equipment.
Okay. Mr. Cook, have you actually taken steps to attempt to secure financing for a piece of equipment?
네, 그렇다면 선생님이 이런 새로운 기계들 구입하시기 위해서 그런 론이나 새로운 것들을 알아보는 어떤 지금 그 노력을 하고 계십니까?
예, 제가 다른 데 알아봤는데 전부 이자가 높아서 지금 제가 페이먼이 높기 때문에 지금 아직 찾지를 못했습니다.
다른 데는 은행을 말씀하시는 건가요?
예?
은행을 말씀하시는 건가요? 은행들?
예, 은행이라든가 government SCB, SVU Bay 거기도 한번 알아봤고 지금 그러는 중입니다.
Yeah, I'm looking into the government grants and contacting all the banks to see if they have a low interest loan, but I haven't found the right one for me yet. So I'm contacting all the banks that I can.
Has he actually contacted banks and seen whether he, one, qualifies, or two, what the payments would be?
네, 그렇다면 그 선생님이 그 은행이랑 얘기를 했었을 때 만약에 거기서 론을 받게 되신다면 뭐 이자율이 얼마나 되는지 이런 것들 직접 다 확인해 보셨나요?
예, 6%라고 그랬어요.
This is 6% actually. I ran my credit score.
I'm sorry?
I contacted the bank and then they got the information. And if I got the loan, it would be about 6% interest per year. Okay,
and Mr. Cooks, is it your testimony that that is not feasible to either secure that loan or finance it?
네, 그렇다면 선생님 말씀하신 것처럼 6%의 이자율은 너무 높다고 말씀하시는 거죠?
예.
Yeah, I think that 6% interest is too high for me.
Other bank는 sometimes 8-9%.
Sometimes the other banks offer me 8-9%, so that's really high for me.
6%, right? That's what he said?
Yes, 6%, but some other bank has offered for 8 and 9%. It's the lowest will be 6%.
Okay. For all past variances that we have granted, we have asked to understand what is the path to compliance. Tell them what that and then I'll.
네, 그 전에 저희가 이런 연장 허가 신청했을 때 허가가 되신 분들은 그렇다면은 이 법규에 따라서 어떻게 지금 선생님 어떤 노력을 하고 있고 언제까지 어떻게 하실 건가 하는 거에 대해서 질문을 했었습니다.
we need to understand that there is a commitment to comply that isn't solely based upon a turnaround through COVID.
네, 중요한 것은 물론 코로나가 문제가 가장 크긴 하지만 코로나를 제외하고라도 선생님이 이 규정을 따르기 위해서 어떤 노력을 하고 어떤 계획을 세우시고 계신지가 중요하다는 것입니다.
So the question is, would you commit and could you commit that you will, at some point under the term of the variance, enter into a purchase agreement for, I assume for the piece of equipment for which you have the quote and for which you've said is in stock in Georgia.
네, 그렇다면 가장 중요한 것은 만약에 선생님 연장 신청이 허가가 된다면 그 기간 내에 선생님이 직접 이 새로운 기계를 구입하시는데 사인을 하고 매입을 하실 건가요?
예.
Yes, I would participate. I would anticipate to make a commitment on purchasing a new machine if the variance is granted.
Okay, and if we put a condition in that required by a certain date before the end of the variance to move it along, because by the end of the variance, you could no longer use the machine. Is there a date that you could commit to?
그렇다면 저희가 허가 신청을 연장 신청을 허가해 주신다는 가정하에 6월 1일 날 끝나기 전에 언제쯤이면 선생님이 그 새로운 기계를 매입하시는 거에 계약하고 저희한테 그 증거를 보여주실 수 있겠습니까?
5월 달 정도 제가 하려고 그럽니다.
I would say within May, before end of the May.
That would be the end of the variance. So is there a time prior to that to make sure that that machine could be installed by the end?
그렇다면 그거는 6월 1일 날 끝나기 때문에 5월 달은 조금 너무 늦고요. 그 전에는 어떻게 가능하시지 않겠습니까?
제가 다시 연락해 보겠습니다.
I would try to contact the manufacturer to purchase the machine prior to what you just said, expiration date. But I can't. I don't have a specific date that I could actually say right now.
Okay, I wanted to understand that if the board felt, just to step back, the board generally, and I can't speak for all board members, but given our past record on these types of cases, we've only granted variances where there is a path to compliance. So I'm looking for a date in advance that we could put in a condition that by that date you would secure a purchase order. Is there
선생님,
such a date?
중요한 거는요. 이쪽에서 선생님이 어떤 노력을 하고 있는지를 확실하게 알아야 되기 때문에 이전에 이런 연장 허가 신청이 허가됐던 분들을 다 보시면 그 연장 허가 끝나기 전에 정확히 어느 날짜까지 컨디션을 넣었을 때 이때까지는 내가 최소한 이거를 매입하겠다라는 그런 어느 계획이나 날짜를 갖고 계셔야지 그 허가를 해드릴 때 그 안에 그 조항을 넣을 수가 있거든요. 그래서 말씀드리는 겁니다. 그렇지 않으면 이 사람이 어떻게 하는지 모르기 때문에 허가를 내드리기 어려운 면이 있고요.
예, 5월 15일까지 5월 15일 전으로 제가 마무리 지으려고 하겠습니다.
I would say prior to May 15th, I would commit to purchase the machine.
Okay. Thank you for that. I had, sorry, I thought that was all my questions, but then I realized you mentioned, and you can see in your item reports for 2020, that you were previously down to 50%, and then you went up to 65% by the end of the year. That's what you testified to, and I think it shows on this report. Are you still at that level for January? Or have you then declined again?
네, 선생님 지금 보내신 리포트를 보면은 세일즈가 50% 떨어졌었고 그 이후에는 65%까지 떨어졌다고 말씀하셨는데 이번 달은 어떠신가? 이번 달을 비교해 보시면 얼마나 매상이 떨어졌다고 봅니까? 다른 달과 비교해서.
12월 달 마감은 지난 4, 5월 달 지금 6월 달 같은 매상이에요. 지금 12월 달이. 준.
The item report doesn't have the number for the December of 2020, and it's almost close and looking like the June of 2020.
So it went back down again in December?
그렇다면 12월 때 다시 또 떨어진 거네요, 매출이 좀.
예, 그동안에 정부에서 보조금도 받고 이러니까 조금 융통이 되는 것 같으니만 또 다니는 사람도 적고 이러니까 12월 달에 떨어진 것 같아요.
Yes, you're right. It has been dropped since the only reason I think that the sales went up a little bit because the people got the grant from the government, and now that it's been shut down again during December, that our sales has been dropped.
Okay, thank you. One last question, and that is, what do you think will be the difference between today and May that would mean that you would be capable or have the ability to purchase a machine?
네, 그렇다면 지금부터 5월까지 뭐가 얼마나 달라질 걸 예상하셔서 5월 달이면 매입을 하실 수 있을 거라고 말씀하시는 겁니까?
한 군데나 두 군데가 드라이 클리너를 머신을 빼고 저처럼 저한테 클린 해달라고 좀 얘기하고 있습니다. 그럼 제가 옷을 갖다가 클린해서 갖다 주는 비용으로 인컴을 좀 잡으려고 그러죠.
다른 클리너에서 선생님한테 요청을 하신다는 건가요?
예, 똑같이 기계를 빼고 기계를 살 돈이 없으니까
예.
그 사람들이 저보고 클린해서 프레스까지 다 해달라고 그래서 갖다 주려고 그래요.
Yeah, I was approached by a couple other cleaners who are in the same situation as I am, who cannot afford to purchase a new machine. They were trying to outsource their loads to me, like I was thinking. So that would probably increase my sales if the variance is granted, and I would probably secure enough money to finance the new machine by May.
Well, I want to understand what you just said. You're saying that other dry cleaners are going to outsource to you to use PERC, and that will increase your sales under a variance?
그렇다면 다시 한번 확실하게 말드리면 그분들이 선생님한테 아웃소싱을 한다는 거는 선생님도 퍼크 기계를 사용해서 돌리셔야 된다는 말씀이잖아요. 그렇죠?
understand 못하는데 무슨 얘기?
그쪽에서 다른 클리너에서 선생님한테 일을 맡긴다는 거는 선생님의 가게에 있는 퍼크 머신을 돌려서 사용해야 된다는 말씀이시잖아요.
아니 무슨 얘기, 폴크를 사용해도 된다고 그 무슨 얘기인지 못 알아듣게 이해가.
다른 클리너에서 선생님한테 일을 맡기신다면서요.
예, 그러니까 저한테 맡기려고 계획하고 있어요.
예, 그런 계획을 하시면 그 일을 받으시면 선생님의 펄크 머신을 돌려서 그 일을 하셔야 될 거 아니에요.
그래서 제가 빠른 시간 안에 새 기계를 놓은 다음에 그 옷을 갖다 하려고 그러죠. 6월 전에.
오케이.
폴크를 계속 하는 게 아니고요. 거기서도 새 머신을 놓으면 옷을 보내겠다고 지금 그런 상황이에요.
So, to be clear, he's contradicting himself by saying that like the Madam Chair said, if we get the load from the other cleaners, I asked him, you going to use your perk machine to clean that load? And he said, no, he's going to purchase the new machine and to do the job for the other cleaners. So, which doesn't actually make sense to me.
Well, if he does he have definite agreements that were he to have a compliant machine that he would receive that business from the other dry cleaners? Is that what he said?
그렇다면은 그 다른 드라이 클리너들 선생님한테 일을 맡기신다는 그런 뭐 계약이 있으신 건가요?
아직은 없죠. 왜? 기계를 놓으면 하겠다는 구두상으로는 얘기를 했어요.
It's just a verbal agreement from the other cleaner. They said if I got the new machine, they will probably outsource to me. So it's after I get the new machine.
Okay. So then you would have an incentive, I would assume, to get a new machine quickly.
그렇다면 선생님이 말씀하신 것처럼 빨리 새 기계를 매입하셔야지 선생님의 비즈니스도 올라가는 거 아니겠습니까?
예, 그런데 지금 페이먼이 문제, 페이먼 때문에 제가 이렇게 있는 거지. 페이먼이 그러니까 비즈니스가 괜찮으면 저도 빨리 기계를 바꾸고 싶은데 페이먼이 많으니까 제가 힘드니까 지금 연장해달라고 하는 겁니다.
Again, this is because my financial situation. I don't think I can make a payment unless the sales bounce back to what it used to be, almost close as what it used to be. So that's the only reason that I'm waiting on to actually signing a contract to purchase.
지금도 제가 한 달에 롱텀으로 페이먼이 한 500, 600불 정도로 되면 지금도 제가 기계를 놓으려고 그래요. 그러는데 페이먼이 거의 1000불이 넘어가니까 1000불 정도가 되니까 제가 지금 연장을 조금 해달라고 그러는 거죠. 왜? 팬데믹 지나가면 매상이 조금 나아지니까 페이먼이 가능해지니까 연장을 해달라고 그러는 겁니다.
If the payment for the machine were to be range between $500 to $600, I would probably could purchase them right now. But then I don't think I could afford $1,000 payment a month. So I'm expecting the sales would bounce back by June or before June, so I can make a payment of close to $1,000, which was about $978, something like that.
That amount was under the lease. Does he expect that that would be the payment under a financing agreement or arrangement?
아까 970 얼마나 된다는 거, 1,000불 가까이 된다는 거는 리스 가격이 그렇다는 건데 직접 매입하시는 가격도 똑같은가요?
제가 직접 살 수 있는 상황이 안 되죠. 직접 사도 그 값이에요. 그 지금 45,184불이라는 돈이 직접 사도 똑같은 값이고 리스 컴퍼니에서는 60개월을 5년 동안 나눠서 내니까 그렇게 된 액수죠.
So that if I actually purchase the machine, that would probably cost the same as I'm leasing the machine.
Okay.
Close to $1,000.
Okay. Board members, other questions thank you, Mr. Cook. Other questions? Senator has questions.
All right, Mr. Cook, are you and your cleaners right now participating in this hearing? Where's the location where you're participating in this hearing? Not you, Mr. Lee, but where the owner of the cleaners, where is he at this point in time?
You're asking his location?
Yeah.
선생님, 지금 계시는 곳이 위치가 어떻게 되죠?
119 노스 하버 블루보드 라하브라 캘리포니아 CD 라하브라에 있습니다.
So
I heard him.
did you hear? It's 919 North Harbor Boulevard, City of La Habra, California 90631.
Is he inside his facility at this time?
지금 현재 비즈니스 안에 계신 거죠?
예.
Yes.
Those empty racks in back of him are closed usually on those racks.
지금 뒤에 보면은 렉이 다 비어 있는데 대부분 다른 때는 거기에 꽉 차 있나요?
아니 거기는 어셈블리 하는데요.
No, it's an assembly unit, so there shouldn't be any.
끝나고는 다 컨베어 올라가죠.
After the cleaning is completed, this follows the conveyor.
The obstacle conveyor, okay. In the petition, he specified that he would be in compliance by March 31st, 2021. He's changed that date. How could he have been certain about that date when he filed the petition?
네, 선생님이 제일 처음에 이 진정서를 신청하셨을 때는 3월 달까지만 연장을 해달라고 하셨는데 그걸 6월까지 다시 옮겨달라고 하셨는데 그렇다면 6월까지는 어떻게 확실하게 그걸 하실 수 있다고 그렇게 예측하셔서 6월로 말하신 건가요?
모든 뉴스나 뭐를 들어봤을 때 팬데믹이 6월 정도면 거의 많이 이제 수그러들 거라고 제가 얘기를 듣고 저도 계획을 그때로 잡고 있어요.
I hear from the news that the pandemic will slow down by the summer. So I would anticipate my sales will go up prior to that and almost to get back to what it used to be.
Does he consider March 31st the summer?
No, he said in June, that's the reason he actually extended the variance to June 1st.
Okay. And the item profile report, I just picked out a couple of months. In April of 2019, he took in 2,473 pieces and received $14,765.15. Okay. What's his overhead then compared to today? His rent, his employees.
네, 선생님이 지금 보시면은 19년 5월에 2,469피스를 주문 받으시고 14,237불 83전이라는 매출이 나셨는데 지금 현재와 비교하면 어떤가요?
거의 55%, 50% 줄은 거죠.
If I had to estimate that it has been dropped more than 50% and that all the overhead charges for my employees will stay the same. I decreased the hour for the employees though.
I look at November 2019 compared to November of 2020. That's a big drop also.
네, 2019년과 11월과 2020년을 11월 비교했을 때도 많이 떨어지긴 했네요.
If nothing changed, how can he afford to spend $1,000 a month to lease or to acquire a new machine?
그렇다면 지금
Given overhead, what is it? Given the existing overhead.
비즈니스가 계속 지금 떨어지고 있고 바뀐 상황이 없는데 그럼 어떻게 하면은 선생님이 6월까지 1,000불이나 되는 페이먼트를 내면서 기계를 구입하실 계획을 갖고 계신 겁니까?
지금 방법은 기계 페이먼인데요. 기계 페이먼을 기간이 롱텀으로 기계를 페이할 수 있는 융자 회사를 찾고 있고요.
네.
만약에 뭐 그 상황도 안 된다면 뭐 이 가게를 접는 수밖에 없죠.
네. Only option right now for me is to find the long-term loan for the machine so I could afford it. Otherwise, eventually, if I cannot find the long-term agreements for the loan, and the condition does not get better, then I would have to eventually close out my business.
What's the long term in his?
롱텀이라고 말씀하신 건 얼마나 정도의 기간을 말씀하시는 건가요?
한 7년이나 지금 5년인데요. 한 7년 정도.
Typically, the loans are based on 60 months, but then I'm looking for 6-year or 7-year long-term loan from the bank.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Cook before Ms. Verdugo Peralta?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Cook, I may have missed this earlier, but when we were talking about how many pounds of clothing you've cleaned, did you give us an actual number between January 1st of this year to the present day? How many pounds have you cleaned to this point?
선생님 아까 잠깐 말씀드렸던 건데 다시 한번 말씀드리시면 올해 1월 1일부터 현재까지 펄크 머신을 사용하셔가지고 하신 빨래 양이 파운드로 대충 얼마나 될까요?
그건 제가 계산 안 해봤는데요.
모르세요?
예.
네.
정확한 건 제가 계산해 봐야 될 것 같은데.
I have to calculate this, but then I haven't made an estimate yet for this year. So I don't have the exact number for that.
Just a ballpark, just a rough estimate.
대충 얼마라고 생각하세요? 대충 그냥.
700 pound 정도 되는.
Close to 700 pounds.
You've already used up to 700 pounds between January 1st and today, January 28th. That's correct?
1월 1일부터 오늘 현재가 28일인데 오늘까지 700파운드나 사용하셨어요?
아니, 금년도 얘기하는 거예요?
네네, 2021년이요.
아, 21년? 아,
네.
그건 얼마 안 되죠. 지금 1월 달은 뭐 150 파운드요?
No, for the only month of January until now, 150 pounds of loan.
150 pounds. Okay. So you do realize that just like the other dry cleaners that we've held to 800 pounds, we have not gone beyond that. And so that 150 pounds would be deducted from the 800. And once you get to the 800, you have to turn off that machine altogether. Do you understand that?
네, 선생님 아까 말씀드렸지만 만약에 이 연장이 허가가 된다면 800파운드를 넘겨서 사용하실 수 없다는 거 아까 말씀드렸죠.
예.
그렇기 때문에 1월 달에 쓰신 게 벌써 150파운드이기 때문에 800파운드에서 150파운드 뺀 650파운드가 남아 있는 거를 알고 계셔야 됩니다. 잘 이해하셨죠?
지금 제가 700파운드가 이제 정확히 파운드를 계산해 봐야 돼요. 제가.
그러니까 그건 이해하셨죠? 800파운드에서 사용하신 양을
예, 알고 있습니다. 예.
Yes, I understand that.
Okay, so even if we would give you, let's say, until May 15th or whatever date that is, if you hit that 800 pounds prior to that date, that doesn't allow you to go to that date. You'd have to stop wherever you end that 800 pounds. I just want you to be aware of that.
네, 다시 한번 말씀드리지만 확실하게 말씀드리고 싶은 건 연장 허가 난다고 해도 만약에 800파운드가 선생님이 말씀하신 6월 1일 전까지 또는 5월 며칠까지 선생님이 새 기계를 구입한다는 5월 며칠 전까지 800파운드를 다 사용하시면 그 다음부터는 그 기계를 사용하실 수가 없다는 걸 잘 알고 계시죠?
예.
Yes, I understand that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, board members, before we move on? Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Cook, for all of your testimony today.
감사합니다, 선생님. 오늘 지원해 주셔서 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
Don't leave. Okay, and I'm gonna ask Ms. Honeyzavra, you do not intend to call any witnesses, correct?
Sorry, I was on mute. Correct. I do have 2 district witnesses. I have Shannon Lee as Senior Air Quality Engineer and Mark Vander, our Air Quality and Compliance Supervisor, available should the board have any questions. But yes, I do not plan to call them.
And if we were to call Ms. Lee, which, to your knowledge, would she testify any differently than what we've heard in other matters, which is excess emissions for every day a PERC machine is used, on average is 0.22 pounds per day of PERC?
She would have the same answer.
Okay, and would she have a different answer than what we have heard in similar matters? Actually, let me stop there, Mr. Lee, if you want to translate that first.
네, 지금 선생님 그 반대쪽 디스트릭에서 대표하신 분들에게 질문하고 있는 건데요. 오늘 그쪽 반대편 증인을 아직 세울 의향은 없으시고요. 이미 리포트가 나와 있던 거대로 만약에 증인을 세운다면 다르게 얘기할 건가라고 의장님이 물어보셨는데 아마 지금 똑같은 대답을 할 거기 때문에 부르지 않을 걸로 보여집니다.
예.
And Ms. Honeyzavra, if we were to ask Ms. Lee if the incremental cancer risk would be any different from 0.1 in a million excess cancer risk or incremental cancer risk, assuming a year use of a machine or over the course of a year and 10 pounds of PERC?
Her answer would be the same.
Okay. Board members. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Blake.
그리고 그 다른 리포트에 나와 있는 그 유해 물질들에 대해서 그 증인을 부르면 다르게 증언할 거냐고 의장님이 물어보셨는데요. 그것도 똑같이 증언할 거기 때문에 증인을 부르지 않을 것으로 보여집니다.
예.
And board members, any need to call any district witnesses? Okay, thank you, Ms. Honeyzavra. So at this time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if there's any member of the public who may be present, who may want to be heard on this matter. So I'm going to give a few moments, and if you are present, if you wish to be heard, please use the virtual raise hand function down below, but I don't see anyone we don't recognize. And Mr. Lee, you can let Mr. Cook know what I'm doing.
네, 지금 의장님께서는 공청회에 다른 공공기관이나 다른 분들이 참여하셔서 이 의견이 있냐고 물어보셨는데요. 다른 분들이 참여하신 분들은 없는 것으로 보여집니다.
And I see no one. So I'm going to ask Mr. Cook, would you like at this time to give us a final closing statement?
네, 그렇다면 국 선생님 마지막으로 하실 말씀이 있으시면 지금 하시면 되겠습니다.
코로나 팬데믹이 아니면 제가 연장해달라고 할 필요도 없을 텐데 이 세상에 없던 이게 코로나 팬데믹이 와서 최대한 연장을 해주기를 부탁드립니다.
Yes, if it wasn't for the pandemic, I wouldn't even have to ask for the variance. So please take that into consideration when you're making a decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cook. Ms. Honeyzakura, your closing for the district.
Sure. Good morning once more, Chair Prusak and members of the board, and thank you again, Mr. Cook, for your time this morning.
네, 의장님과 다 참여하신 분들 감사드립니다. 국 선생님도 감사합니다.
예, 감사합니다.
This case is no less difficult than the other similar Rule 1421 cases we've seen so far this year. As I've stated previously, the district is well aware of the devastating financial hardships associated with the pandemic.
네, 아까 말씀드렸던 것처럼 지금 이런 결정을 내리는 것들은 항상 어려운 문제이고요. 지금 이런 처해 있는 팬데믹 때문에 많은 분들이 처해 있는 이 경제적인 어려운 상황을 잘 이해하고 있습니다.
There are certainly arguments weighing in favor and against granting this variance. In pre-pandemic times, I would most likely have emphasized more the lengthy notice period leading up to the December 31st deadline to comply.
네, 이전 프리-팬데믹 상황이었다면, 팬데믹이 없었던 상황이었다면 그런 거에 대해서 법률에 대해서 확실하게 따르고 그거에 대해서 잘 알고 계시는 거를 더 강력하게 이야기했을 것입니다.
예.
This long lead-in time would have provided plenty of time to comply. However, as we know, we are living in different times and COVID has devastated small businesses throughout the basin.
네, 그렇지만 지금 상황이 상당히 다르고 지금 이 코로나로 인해서 많은 영향을 받고 이거에 대해서 저희가 대처하는 방법이 다를 수밖에 없습니다.
예.
On the other hand, the district is still charged by the Health and Safety Code with protecting public health and welfare from the damaging effects of air pollution in the South Coast Basin.
네, 그렇지만 공기에 악영향을 주고 인간에게 해로운 물질이 배출되는 것에 대한 그 세이프티 코드로 저희는 집중적인 관심을 가지고 무게를 두어야 합니다.
예.
Still, I do understand from Mr. Cook's testimony that he is willing and able to accept a limit on the pounds of clothes that he processes and will make attempts to purchase a new machine before the end of the variance deadline.
네, 그렇지만 국 선생님이 오늘 해주신 증언에 따르면 선생님이 지금 새로운 기계를 그 허가가 끝나는 날 이전에 구입하려고 하시고 다른 노력을 하고 있다는 것이 보여집니다.
And I want to emphasize the importance of, let me back up. To that end, the district is willing to not oppose the variance should specific limits, the conditions that have been provided to the board and shared with petitioner be set in place. And those, I'll pause.
그래서 아까 말씀드린 것처럼 어떤 정량을 저희가 전해드려서 그걸 초과하지 않는다는 그 컨디션을 받아들이신다면 현재로서는 지금 그 보드의 입장에서는 이 허가 신청을 반대할 입장은 아닙니다.
And I want to emphasize that those limits include a limit on the pounds of clothes processed by the facility. And as the board has emphasized, the 800-pound limit would be the max, but would be minus what has already been processed so far.
네, 그래서 그 총량, 아까 말씀드린 800파운드를 넘지 않는다는 조건 하에, 그리고 거기서 이미 사용하신, 올해 1월 달에 얼마를 사용하셨는지 정확히 나오진 않았지만, 그 사용량을 뺀 800파운드 나머지를 초과하지 않는다는 컨디션 하에 허가하는 것에 반대하지 않습니다.
네, 알겠습니다.
So again, the district does not oppose the granting of the regular variance. Thank you.
그래서 지금 현재 디스트릭트 입장에서는 아까 말씀드린 그 조항을 따르신다는 전제 하에 연기 허가를 반대하지 않습니다.
예, 알겠습니다.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sonny-Zavra. Board members, since we have another hearing that we need to get to, if you indulge me, I will begin the 6 findings, and I believe the discussion of it. And I believe I can make all of the findings. I want to just go through them very quickly and then hear what my fellow board members have to say. As Ms. Sonny-Zavra said, I do believe that this matter is very much like many of the matters we've already heard. And Mr. Lee, tell me when you want me to stop.
아까 말씀드린 6가지 중요한 오늘 찾아야 될 점을 말씀드렸는데 그거에 대해서 이제 말씀을 드리겠고요. 지금 선생님이 처해진 상황이 다른 클리너들이 처해 있는 상황과 많이 다르지 않습니다. 그렇기 때문에 오늘 저희가 선생님과의 이야기를 통해서 공청회를 통해서 발견한 것들을 얘기를 하고 그 다음에 이사회의 입장을 듣도록 하겠습니다.
예.
And in fact, there are actually there's actually more evidence that has been produced by Mr. Cook than we've seen in other matters, showing his attempts to comply with 1421.
네, 그래서 국 선생님이 보여주신 이런 그 노력과 보내주신 자료에 따르면 다른 분들이 하는 것보다 더 많은 노력을 하고 있고 저런 자료를 보내주셨기 때문에 이 규정을 따르기 위해서 노력하고 있다고 보여집니다.
Mr. Cook is in violation because he has been using his PERC machine since January 1st of this year, so the first finding can be made.
네, 일단 선생님이 1월 달 이후에도 퍼크 머신을 사용하셨기 때문에 일단 위반을 하신 것은 맞습니다.
예.
I do believe that it is beyond his reasonable control to have been in compliance, and I'll note a few things. First of all, Mr. Cook did in June and July reach out and try to get an estimate so that he could purchase a compliant machine and come into compliance. So that was earlier in the year.
네, 그렇지만 이렇게 사용하실 수밖에 없던 상황이 어쩔 수 없는 상황이었다는 것을 말씀해 주셨는데요. 일단 작년 6월 달과 7월 달에 새로운 기계를 구입하시기 위해서 여기저기 알아보셨다는 노력이 이런 서류상으로 보여집니다.
This year, he has reached out and tried to find out how much he would need to pay both through a loan and also through leasing options. So he has looked into both.
그리고 올해는 선생님이 새 기계를 사용하시려면 매입하시려면 어떻게 해야 되는지 그 론도 알아보시고 리스하면 얼마나 가격이 들어가는지 그것도 알아보신 것을 서류로 알 수 있습니다.
He has investigated the ability to send his cleaning to another facility. He knows exactly the price and the difference in the profit that he would make.
네, 그리고 정 안 되면 선생님에게 들어오는 그 세탁물의 양을 다른 곳으로 돌려서 아웃소싱 하려고 노력도 하고 계셨고요. 그렇게 하면 얼마나 진짜 비용이 들고 선생님 하셨던 그 비용의 차이가 얼마나 나는지도 잘 알고 계셨습니다.
He has shown us the hit that his facility has taken financially by giving us very thorough reports from 2019 and 2020.
네, 그리고 보내주신 2019년과 2020년의 세일즈 리포트를 보면 정확히 선생님이 얼마나 피해를 입으셨는지 잘 나와 있기 때문에 저희에게 많은 도움이 됐습니다.
And he has shown us that he has an incentive to get into compliance quickly because he has spoken with other dry cleaners that are out of compliance for which he may be able to enter into agreements to clean their clothes.
네, 그리고 선생님이 아까 말씀하셨던 것처럼 선생님이 새 기계를 구입하시게 되면 다른 분들이 선생님한테 세탁물을 맡기겠다고 했으니까 선생님이 더 빨리 구입하실 의사가 있고 동기부여가 되는 것으로 보여집니다.
I think I can make the other findings with regard to the harm to his business without a variance, although I would put forth that even though the longest we've given is to April 30th. I would be willing, given that the 800-pound limitation would apply, to go to the end of the expiration of his permit, which is May 30th, but only if we also include a condition, as was stated by Mr. Cook, that he would execute a purchase or lease agreement by May 15th.
네, 대부분 연장 허가를 했을 때 4월 30일 이상으로 허가를 내준 적은 없지만요. 아까 말씀드렸던 것처럼 800파운드를 넘지 않는다는 조항을 따르신다는 전제하에, 그리고 아까 말씀하신 것처럼 5월 15일 전에 새로운 기계를 구입하신다는 전제하에 6월 1일까지 허가 신청하는 것에 의장님은 큰 이의를 두고 계시지 않습니다.
예.
And with the 800-pound limitation and the use of hacienda cleaners, possibly I can make the other findings of reducing excess emissions to the maximum extent feasible, and through the proposed conditions, the monitoring as well.
네, 그리고 800파운드를 넘지 않는다는 조항 하에 그게 혹시라도 넘게 되면 선생님이 하시엔다에 있는 클리너로 물건을 보낼 수도 있고, 그 다음에 선생님이 어떻게 조심해서 펄크의 양을 잘 모니터링 하실 거라고 말씀을 해주시기 때문에 그 전제하에 허가 신청을 반대하지 않습니다.
예.
Board members, any other thoughts on the findings? Mr. Balagopalan, and then Ms. Verdugo-Peralta.
I'm going to oppose it. My position, because I can make the finding that that he was diligent in getting a compliant machine. I think I agree he was diligent in getting the code, but he should have been more diligent in trying to secure the financing to purchase the machine, or at least have signed a purchase order or talked to. And we have seen the same company, Multi-Tech. I don't know if we talked to the owner, but we've seen in another situation where the owner was willing to work with a cleaner and do 100% financing. So I don't know what the discussions were, but I would have liked to see something more aggressive on his part in trying to secure financing and also the leasing. I don't see anything provided. His path is getting more revenue, and then he can afford it. So, and because of that, I'm going to, I don't see clearly a path to compliance right now. It's all contingent about how his revenue picks up using the perk, and then going from until June to when his permit expires. So for that reason, I'm going to oppose.
네, 지금 이사님 중에 한 명 벌레고펄레 씨가 말씀하셨는데요. 선생님이 노력한 것은 잘 보여지지만 새로운 기계를 매입하거나 리싱을 하는데 조금 더 적극적인 모습을 보여줘야 했고, 그냥 6월 달까지 세일즈가 올라가서 그만한 돈이 되고 재정 상황이 괜찮아서 새 기계를 구입해야 된다는 말씀은 정확한 내용이 아니기 때문에 이 이사님은 허가 신청의 반대를 표명하는 바입니다.
Before I move on to Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, I just wanted to ask with regard to your position, is it that you see no path to compliance that has been stated, or would you be able to make the findings if it were a shorter variance? I just wanted to know what your position is.
Stated, yes. Thank you for asking me to clarify. Stated or demonstrated, both.
Okay, thank you.
선생님이 좀 더 적극적인 모습을 보여주시고 그 허가 기간이 줄어든다면 다시 한번 고려해 볼 수 있습니다.
Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, you have thoughts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand my fellow board member, Mr. Balakopalan's position on this. What I can speak to in discussing business overall with the small business people that I still deal with, in the sense of conversation and what's going on in the industry, money is tight. Money is very tight, and it's not that easy to get a loan, especially with industries that are being impacted as much as this one in particular is. I feel that this petitioner has been very diligent in showing us and giving us a snapshot of how his business is operating. If we did not have that 800-pound limit, I would also vote against this. However, I do think that that 800-pound limit is going to guide time more than it's going to be extended to that end date. And that gives me comfort in knowing that, and that there will not be any more emissions up to that point. Beyond that point, there will not be any more emissions. So I can find for the petitioner, I can find good cause if he absolutely adheres to that, as well as the monitoring, and we know exactly what is going on at his particular dry cleaning. I think it is a unique factor that he is going to be taking in other cleaners' work once he gets that machine, the other cleaners that are out of compliance, but that also makes me question how many other cleaners are out there that are still out of compliance. That worries me also. But in this case, I can make the 6 findings and I can vote for this as long as all of those conditions are adhered to. Thank you.
네, 발라고 폴란 이사님은 반대를 하셨지만요. 지금 볼디고 프라타 씨는 다른 입장을 가지고 계십니다. 일단 지금 밖에 나가서 선생님과 같은 스몰 비즈니스를 하시는 클리너분들을 만나봤을 때 재정적으로 얼마나 어려움이 있는지 잘 알고 있고, 선생님이 지금 그것을 따르기 위해서 많은 노력을 하고 있다고 보여집니다. 그리고 아까 말씀드린 것처럼 800파운드라는 리미트가 없으면 그거에 대해서 반대를 하시겠지만 800파운드라는 리미트에 제한을 걸어두고 그것을 따르기로 하시고 펄크가 얼마나 사용되는지, 얼마나 배출되는지를 직접적으로 모니터링 하실 거라고 말씀하셨기 때문에 그런 입장에서 봤을 때는 그렇게 잘 따라서 하면 추가적으로 배출되는 양이 크게 해로울 것 같지 않고, 그걸 따른다는 전제 하에서는 이 연장 허가 신청을 볼디고 프라타 이사님은 받아들이는 바입니다.
예.
Okay, thank you. Board members, anyone else have any thoughts? Senator, and then Dr. Bernstein. Senator?
Oh, yes. I think that we could amend the condition and specify that when the order for the new machine is made, notify the clerk was installed and operational. That's a path, and it would have been done. When Mr. Cook said he can do that in that time frame, there's no reason to oppose it. That's a pathway to doing it the right way.
네.
Also, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, sir. You finish up and then I'll keep translate.
You want to tell him what I said?
오케이. 일단 그 홀든 씨가 말씀하시는 것은 선생님이 아까 그 규정에 따라서 이행을 하신다고 말씀하셨고, 어쨌든 간에 이 허가 신청이 끝나기 전에 새로운 기계를 구입하신다고 했기 때문에 그것을 따른다면 큰 문제는 없다고 보여진다고 생각하십니다.
예.
Go ahead, Mr. Holden.
Additional information, sideline. I represented Koreatown for 16 years as the council member. And when I took over, the buildings were all boarded up, business moved away. And now it's a thriving business community. It's known throughout the country. So when they give you their word, they're going to do something. They get it done with me in the past, and I know they would do the same thing for you in the future. So for that reason, I'm going to vote for the parents, but the condition should be amended.
미스터 홀든 씨는 K타운을 대표해서 16년 동안 시의원을 일하셨기 때문에 어려운 상황을 많이 보셨다고 합니다. 그렇기 때문에 한인들이 비즈니스가 닫고 어려움을 겪었을 때도 다시 일어나는 모습을 보셨고, 한인들이 그렇게 한다고 하면 그걸 꼭 지키는 것을 봐왔기 때문에 선생님도 다르지 않을 것이라고 생각하고, 아까 말한 그 제한적 조건들을 받아들이시고 따라한다는 결정 하에 연장 허가를 찬성하시는 바입니다.
Yeah.
Very much. Dr. Bernstein.
Just to keep it short, I think that I would also support, I believe we could make the 6 findings if in fact we amend the conditions regarding a purchase of the equipment. Most of us, or at least myself on the board, it's interesting to have the chair and the vice chair on each side of my shoulder with 2 opposite perspectives.
Wait, which one's the angel?
I don't know if you want me to broadcast that yet, but the fact of the matter is that I think you're both angels and both devils at the same time. So we'll talk about that at length in the future. It's just interesting to me because each one of these entrepreneurs comes for us in a very difficult time. Obviously, nobody anticipated the pandemic, and yet the pandemic has wreaked havoc with the economy. And each entrepreneur has had to make business decisions to ensure the success of their business. And some of those decisions fall into place accordingly, and others come into question when scrutinized by others. And the fact of the matter is that Mr. Cook has managed to stay afloat. As a matter of fact, he has managed to actually stay relatively busy compared to many of the other dry cleaners that have come before us. He has made attempts for incremental progress, although not as concrete as we would like. But nevertheless, without again getting long-winded, given that we have other business to attend to, I believe that I can make the 6 findings if in fact we're able to modify the conditions to include a purchase agreement for the non-perk dry cleaning machine. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a very good point. I would commend Mr. Cook for keeping his employees on staff. Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't translate that. Go ahead.
네, 일단 닥터 버스틴 씨가 말씀하시는 것은 서로 2분이 다른 입장을 아까 계속 한 분은 반대하시는 입장이고 한 분은 찬성하는 입장이셨는데 2분 다 맞는 것 같습니다. 2분 다 걱정을 하시는 거고 선생님이 지금 보셨을 때 클리너들의 어려움이 상당히 이전에도 공청에서 많이 봐왔기 때문에 지금 자영업자들이 얼마나 많은 어려움을 겪고 있는지 알고 있습니다. 아무도 팬데믹이 올 거라고 생각하지 못했고 그것에 어려움을 겪고 있었기 때문에 지금 선생님이 하실 수 있는 최선을 다하는 것으로 보여지고 아까 말씀드린 것처럼 제한적인 그 조건을 받아들이고 언제까지 새로운 기계를 구입하신다고 약속을 하셨기 때문에 그것을 따른다면 크게 문제가 될 것 같지는 않아 보이고요. 지금의 이런 상황을 아무도 예측하지 못한 상황에서 다른 클리너들 비즈니스보다 선생님들은 그래도 잘 버티고 계시는 것으로 보여서 다행이고 앞으로도 그것을 따른다는 결정하에 닥터 버스틴 씨도 그것에 반대하지 않습니다.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, Mr. Balagopalan.
Just 2 quick points I wanted to add. One of the reasons also I wanted to know is he operated the machine out of compliance. We had others who didn't operate, took it out, and then waited to get the decision of the hearing board. 2, the statement, again, I want to go to the state that other cleaners wanted to bring it to his shop. The explanation just didn't make sense for me. So anyway, so that's, I just wanted to add that.
Okay.
네,
Mr. Lay.
몇 마디 더 하자면 let me translate that first, sir. 몇 마디 더 하자면 아까 볼러그팔란 씨의 입장에서는 반대하셨던 입장이 왜냐하면은 선생님이 아까 다른 클리너들의 물건을 받아서 세탁한다는 것이 그 상황이 잘 이해가 되지 않았고 조금 더 그 매입하는 새로운 기계를 매입하는 데 노력할 수 있지 않았나라는 생각에 반대 입장을 표명했던 것입니다. Go ahead, Mr. Holden.
Senator, go ahead.
Right. In response, the idea I understood to be, if he bought the machine, the other cleaning businesses in the community, instead of emitting pollution to the air with their out-of-date machine, it would come to his place. And so you kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone and offer ask for his services, clean the machine.
네, 선생님이 새로운 기계를 구입하시면 따로 클리너에서 선생님한테 일을 맡긴다고 하셨지 않습니까? 그렇게 되면은 그쪽에서도 펄크머신을 사용하지 않고 선생님도 비즈니스를 늘릴 수 있는 거기 때문에 일석이조라고 생각이 됩니다.
My hope is that it was lost in translation. And very clear is the 800-pound limitation. And equally clear, which I'll make a motion in a moment, will be reporting requirements weekly. So the district will know immediately if there's additional poundage of clothing being run through that machine.
Mike, I'm sorry.
Let him translate.
네, 선생님 아까 말씀하셨던 것처럼 800파운드의 제한이라는 것이 강하게 중요하고요. 그렇게 허가를 받게 되시면 매주 사용하는 그 양을 얼마큼 사용하셨는지 보고를 하셔야 됩니다. 그렇기 때문에 그게 넘어가게 되면 바로 보드에서 알게 되고요. 그것을 잘 알고 계셨으면 좋겠습니다.
네.
Understand?
And I just wanted to say one other thing about the 200, about the use of the machine. I agree. We definitely weigh it in our decision making, and we like to see that dry cleaners are waiting and not violating the rule, but we're including it within the 800-pound limitation, which we have done before. So that's the only reason why I don't take that to weigh too heavily in the other way.
네, 다른 경우 같은 경우에는 반대할 수도 있지만 800파운드라는 제한이 걸려 있기 때문에 그것을 초과하지 않는 조건을 성립한다는 가정하에 선생님이 그걸 잘 따르신다면 그거에 대해서 반대하지 않는 입장이십니다.
네, 알겠습니다.
Do you say anything else before I just make a motion, Senator?
It's my understanding, based on Mr. Cook's testimony, that he belonged to an association in Koreatown, and that they participate in supporting one another. I got the impression from him that once he buys the machine and is in compliance, starting early June, that they would bring their business to him and discontinue using their machine, their machines that are unacceptable. That was mine.
네, 그래서 세나터 홀든 씨가 말씀하시는 거는 아까 말씀드렸던 것처럼 선생님이 최대한 빨리 새로운 기계를 구입하시게 되면은 다른 클리너들이 선생님에게 세탁물을 가져와서 선생님이 비즈니스도 다시 일어날 수 있고 그분들은 펄크 머신을 더 이상 사용하지 않기 때문에 펄크의 배출량이 줄어들기 때문에 양쪽 다 좋은 모습으로 보였습니다.
At the sake of drawing it out, we understand that there's two possibilities to the answer, and that it was clarified to be what you said. However, the reason why there was confusion was because the question that I had asked was, what will change between now and June that will allow for the purchase of the machine? And that was the answer that was given.
네, 그래서 가장 중요했던 것은 모두 다 800파운드 제한이 있고 그것을 선생님 따르겠다고 잘 알고 있지만 지금 현재부터 6월 달까지 어떻게 그 선생님 사정이 나아져서 선생님이 어떤 노력으로 새로운 기계를 구입하실지에 대한 질문을 했었고 그거에 대한 충분한 대답을 들은 것 같습니다.
Okay. With that, I'm going to offer a motion, and I'm going to explain the motion as I do it so that it's very clear to Mr. Cook, as well as to the board members who will vote on it. In the matter of North Hills Cleaners, case number 6198-1.
네, 노스힐 클리너에 관련된 6198-1 히어링에 대해서
I move that we grant a regular variance beginning today because we cannot give retroactive protection, and will end May 30th, 2021, or upon installation of a compliant machine, whichever occurs first.
네, 선생님이 신청하신 연장 허가에 대해서 6월 1일 날까지 또는 새로운 기계를 구입하실 때까지 현재서부터 신청하신 것들을 허가해 주시는데요. 이것은 소급 적용이 될 수 없기 때문에 1월 달 시작했을 때부터 지금까지는 허용이 안 됩니다.
And in explanation to Mr. Cook and any other potential petitioners who are watching, we cannot grant retroactive relief. So if you take the chance of operating your PERC machine before you have a hearing and a variance, you have the potential for being cited in violation by the district.
네, 그래서 히어링이 있기 이전, 오늘 이전이죠. 거기까지 선생님이 1월 1일부터 오늘까지는 위반을 하게 돼 있기 때문에 그것은 소급 적용이 되지 않습니다. 그래서 위반이 하신 걸로 되게 돼 있습니다.
The variance is for the PERC dry cleaning machine that is at 919 North Harbor Boulevard in La Habra, California.
네, 이 허가는 919 노스 하버 블루보드 라하브라 캘리포니아에 있는 펄크 머신을 연장 허용에 대한 허가입니다.
And it is from Rule 1421, District Rule 1421, which required stopping the use of that machine as of December 31st, 2020.
네, 이것은 법률 1421에 관련해서 12월 31일 2020년까지 기계를 더 이상 사용할 수 없다는 법률에 관한 것입니다.
I further move that we adopt the proposed variance conditions that are included on Exhibit A as an apple with some changes.
네, 증거물 A로 제출된 것을 기반으로 하여서 거기서 조금 더 보충된 서류를 포함해서 이것 증거물로 채택하겠습니다.
With the knowledge that these conditions are to be strictly adhered to and will be monitored by the district in compliance with these conditions.
네, 그리고 아까 말씀드렸던 조건들을 잘 이행하고 따르시는지 계속해서 디스트릭에서 선생님에 대해서 보고를 받고 관리할 것입니다.
Condition 1 will remain as it is, which is a limitation over the entire lifetime of the variance, including the time before, from January 1st to today, of a total of 800 pounds of clothes in the PERC dry cleaning machine.
네, 첫 번째 조건은 1월 1일부터 시작해서 이 연장 허가 시점이 끝나는 날까지 선생님이 펄크 머신을 사용할 수 있는 양이 800파운드를 넘으면 안 된다는 것입니다.
The second condition will require that weekly, beginning with January 30th, 2021, this Saturday, there has to be a reporting to Mr. Mark Vonderow of the records of the daily poundage of clothes cleaned through the PERC machine.
네, 1월 30일 21년을 기준으로 해서 마크 번드로 씨에게 매주 하루에 얼마만큼의 펄크를 사용하셨는지 보고하셔야 됩니다.
And Mr. Vonderow's email is mvonderow, VONDERAU @aqmd.gov. Did you get that, Mr. Lee?
Yes. 마크 번드로 씨의 이메일은 mvonderau@aqmd.gov가 되겠습니다. 받아 적으셨습니까?
I further move that we add to condition 2 a second sentence, which will read, on January 30th, 2021, comma, petitioner shall also report the daily pounds of clothes cleaned in the PERC dry cleaning unit from January 1st through January 27th, well, 26th, because 27th is the date it starts. So through January 26th, 2021.
네, 1월 30일 기준으로 매일 1월 1일부터 얼마만큼의 세탁물을 펄크 기계를 이용해서 사용하셨는지 1월 26일까지 얼마만큼 사용하셨는지 보고하셔야 합니다.
I further move that we add a new condition 3, which will state as follows. Petitioner shall execute a purchase or lease agreement for a 1421 compliant machine no later than May 15th, 2021 or this variance will end.
조건 3은 아까 말씀하셨던 것처럼 5월 15일 2021년까지 규정 142일에 준하는 새로운 기계를 꼭 매입하셔야 된다는 것입니다. 그렇지 않으면 이 허가는 거기서 마감되도록 되겠습니다.
Second sentence to that condition, petitioner shall send a copy of a signed agreement to the district, in parentheses, attention Mark Vanderoe, same email address, and to the clerk, and to the hearing board, and in parentheses, attention clerk of board, all one word, at aqmd.gov, period.
네, 거기에 따른 조건 또 하나는요. 2021년 5월 15일까지 아까 말씀하신 대로 선생님이 이 새로운 기계를 계약했다는 리스를 했거나 새로 구입했다는 계약서에 서명한 계약서를 마크 벤더로 씨에게 이메일을 보내주시고 그 다음에 받아 적으십시오. Clerk of the Board입니다. C-L
잠깐만. C-L
E-R
E-R
K
K
K-O-F B-O
You know what? It's already in, it's in, you can see both of those email addresses in what was condition 6. Now that I see that, it's already in there. So he should have that.
선생님이 갖고 계신 서류에 거기에 나와 있습니다. Clerk of the Board at AQMD라고요. 보시면 나와 있기 때문에 찾으실 수 있을 겁니다.
그리고 아까 그 메일 파운드를 기록해서 이메일을 보내라고 하는데 그게 그 이메일 주소로 다시 한번 불러주세요. MB 뭐예요?
Let me repeat the email address for Mark Vanderoe.
But it should be, he should have it. It's in.
그것도 거기에 같이 따라 있다고 합니다. 그래서 보시면
예.
We'll renumber all the conditions from there. They were 3 through 7, now will be 4 through 8. Just to go through them, Mr. Cook will have to apply online for a permit to construct and operate the new machine before he installs it.
네, 선생님이 새 기계를 구입하거나 리스하시면은 그 기계를 사용할 수 있는 퍼밋을 신청하셔야 됩니다.
예.
We'll have to immediately upon installation of the new machine stop using the PERC machine.
네, 새 기계가 설치되자마자 옛날에 펄크 기계는 사용하시면 안 되고요.
예.
Okay. He will have to pay those excess emission fees for every day that he does operate the PERC machine, and he has to pay them within 30 days of a notice that those fees are due.
네, 그리고 아까 말씀드린 것처럼 펄크 머신을 사용하는 날마다 차지가 되는 $40 피를 거기서 이제 얼마를 내라고 날라오면 그걸 바로바로 30일 안에 내셔야 됩니다.
예.
And that's about it. But for the board members, I'm going to keep the rest as is. And excess emissions are 0.22 pounds of PERC for every day that the machine is operated. Is there a second?
I second.
I suppose I think condition number 8 is applying. I know you want to insert the date May 30th.
Thank you. I'm inserting the date May 30th. And Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, you second it with that date as well. Okay. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay. Mr. Balagopalan, how do you vote?
I will vote no.
Thank you. Dr. Bernstein, how do you vote?
Aye.
Senator, how do you vote?
Aye for the Koreans.
Okay, I see that. Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, you vote?
Aye.
I vote yes. Motion passes 4-1. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lee, so much for your service today and for your excellent translation. Thank you, Mr. Cook, and good luck to you. Thank you very much, Ms. Honeyzavra, for your excellent presentation and questions. And board members, we're going to, even though we probably should take a 10-minute break, I want to open up the next matter and the reason. And Mr. Cook, you're free to go, and Mr. Lee, you are.
The results. 국 선생님, 허가가 신청이 4대1로 허가가 되었습니다. 그래서 연장이 되신 걸로 알고 계시면 되겠습니다.
예.
Ms. Verdugo Peralta, you have your hand raised.
Yes,
저는 이제
before we go, and this is more to staff and a request, is it possible to have an end of the month report that's giving us information of how many dry cleaners we addressed, how many to this point, what the reports to Mr. Vanderoe have been regarding pounds of dry cleaning done, so we kind of have an estimate, or can it be calculated how much perk was allowed in this month of January? And I would really like to see that for each month.
Madam
Is
Chair,
that possible?
Cook is asking if we could leave the meeting now.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. 네, 이제 나가셔도 됩니다.
예,
예, 감사합니다.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Thank you, Mr. Cook. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Zabara.
Thank you. To respond to Ms. Verdugo Peralta's question, I don't see why that wouldn't be possible, but I don't want to speak for staff until I'm able to talk to them. If it's possible, I can speak to them today and then email the clerk so that she can forward on a response to you.
Thank you.
Of course.
Hi, sorry about that. Yes, Senator, before we move on to the next hearing, because we should do that.
Compliment the district on being flexible and supportive in these cases. So I can give an aye vote, or rather, usually no.
Thank you. And to Mr. Balagopalan, I think you raise very excellent points as well. And it's always very important that board members have different viewpoints so that we can raise and air all of the issues and all of the evidence. So thank you very much. Okay, I want to call the second matter because I want to find out whether or not it will be a very short hearing or if there's something that we have not seen in the papers. So I'm going to call the next matter, but then we're going to at least take a break, if not a lunch. And that is, Ralph's, the AQMD versus Ralph's Grocery Company, case number 6166-1. And who is here today representing Ralph's?
Good morning or good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'm Mike McDonough from Pillsbury on behalf of Ralph's Grocery Company.
I should have asked who is representing the executive officer first, but who is representing the executive officer today?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Catherine Roberts on behalf of the executive officer.
Good afternoon, Ms. Roberts. The question that I had, I'm sure you'll give it in your opening, but has anything changed from what we received this morning with regard to the hearing board statement? I'm sorry, the hearing statement that we received from Ralph's, that there is no modification being requested today?
Yes, Madam Chair, that's right. I really don't think the hearing should take too long. We're not actually asking for any change to the existing order or the final dates of commissioning operation. We are prepared to give a general update on how things have been going, but you'll hear that the project is still working towards the dates we discussed in the last hearing.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Roberts, same thing. Is there any modification being sought by the district?
Not at this time. The district is going to request that the board set a further status hearing, but no substantive modification is being requested at this time.
Okay. Approximately how long do you think, Mr. McDonough, would be the presentation for Ralph's Grocery in terms of status?
Honestly, I think we can probably get through it in about 15 minutes and then leave it open for your questions. There's been positive developments, including the city approving their building permit. That was the big thing. So, aside from your questions, I think our presentation shouldn't take more than about 15 minutes.
Okay. So board members, Madam Clerk, would you be okay with waiting for lunch until after we hear this matter, or would you rather break for lunch first?
Break.
Break? Okay, then let's do that. I I apologize to the parties. We didn't realize how long the first matter would take. But unlike other times, we will definitely hear this matter today. So let's try to take a relatively shorter lunch, beginning at 1 o'clock. Would that be appropriate?
That's appropriate.
Okay.
That's good with us.
Then let's go off the record. We will come back for lunch at 1 o'clock, and we will take up for Ralph's. And please, again, don't leave the meeting, but instead definitely mute your microphone. And we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
places like Reddit, legally in the open, nothing shady about what they're doing, have an impact and have an ability to shape Wall Street.
Well, listen, it's extraordinary that it's happening because this movement is similar to the movement we saw with individuals and their $10 donations thrusting Bernie Sanders to become a key player in the center of establishment politics. We saw similar groups create social change movements. But now you're looking at this populist movement come on and say, hey, capitalism, I'm knocking on your door. So while we don't even know how this GameStop trade is going to work out, we can say that this movement is already successful at locking the establishment. And the thing I would say to lawmakers here who are irate, they're going to have to remember they're the ones who set the rules. If they like to keep on angry, everybody was after 2008 when bankers didn't go to jail. And I get that, it was such bad behavior. But the reason they didn't go to jail is because technically no one broke the law. So the laws need to be changed, the regulations need to be changed because we know the way Wall Street
Hey, Paul.
Hey,
You like that one?
yeah,
Lunchtime break. I don't know. I just change those adding the words on there. But I like this the slate.
yeah,
Has a dark color, not too
yeah.
bright.
Oh, yeah, right. No, that's been our standard. Now look at here. Let me get out of it. Oh, jeez. What the crud?
And then now the little guy finally had their own little chance to get in on the action. The big firm shut it down. You're 100% right.
When you look at your past, you were always sort of like a step ahead.
Oh, good grief.
Prison time for running afoul of the FCC. This goes back to what you were saying off the top. Like, this is a bit more of a gray area, and you had alluded to maybe.
Are they going?
No, we gotta come back with one.
Okay, hold on.
I could go ahead and stop the sharing. Okay.
Okay.
Let me give you. What time's that meeting? No, it's done. I'm gonna give you host. Okay, Paul.
Okay, hold on. Hold on a second.
What?
Okay, I just gotta get my screen. Okay, now it's fine. Thanks. My screen was all messed up. That's
Oh,
fine. Yeah, you can give me host and
host the
deal.
most. Let me see. Paul. And you could just spot me back co-host.
You will. I will do that. Thank you, Anthony Tang.
Then we'll see you whenever you come in on the ABC.
Yeah, at least around 3-ish or so, or yeah. So I can go over
Yeah,
the
you
whole.
could.
Yeah.
At least by 3:30.
Yeah, I want to go. I'll go over the slide deck with Gina to make sure she's got a good feeling and test the timer and everything.
Sounds
So
good, Paul.
maybe 3:15.
Just put me back as host. That's all.
You're co-host now.
Yeah. But I mean, later on when you leave,
Yeah,
we'll do that.
absolutely. Yeah, I got to wolf this lunch down real quick. Okay.
Wolf it down.
Okay. Thanks.
Thanks, Paul.
Hi. We have about a minute left, so I'm just coming on to sound the bell. It's like being in school, right? Hello, El Teresa.
Hi.
Let me take this opportunity to thank you once again on the record for all the amazing work you're doing. You and Rosalinda and Faye and Carol and has
That's
Priscilla
it.
left? Has Priscilla left?
Yeah, she's moved on to greener pastures.
Who did?
Priscilla, she's
Oh, Priscilla. Okay.
OA, yes. So we're down another body.
It was not
nice.
I got my package in the mail yesterday. Tell Rosalinda in case she's wondering.
Okay.
for February.
Yeah, February 1. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And you guys all got your email this morning for this matter, right? The minute
Yes,
order
yes.
and findings. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, we did. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
But I don't have enough paper to print it all out.
Getting long.
I'm leaving mine online.
Okay.
Oh, you're talking about the status hearing statement.
Yeah.
And also you received the minute order and the finding decision from the last hearing.
Oh.
All right, I think we're waiting for Senator Holden. Senator, if you hear us, we're about to start. Wonderful. Okay. I'll start with Ms. Roberts. Ms. Roberts, does it make more sense for you to begin with an opening statement, or should I go to Mr. McDonough first?
I'm happy to give an opening statement. I believe there are witnesses that have not been sworn. Did you want to do that after opening, or?
Yeah, I wanted to know who wanted to start. So either way,
Sure.
why don't you go ahead?
Thank you. Good afternoon again, Madam Chair, members of the board. The board is pretty familiar now with this project. Briefly, the respondent was cited for multiple notices of violation for the flare at its facilities, not meeting the minimum temperature required by its facility permit. And to resolve these violations, the parties entered into a stipulated order for abatement, by which the respondent agreed not only to replace the flare, which would minimally correct the violation, but actually to go further to install what is ultimately a comprehensive waste to energy project. As this board recalls, this project has two major end components, both the new flare, but also a generator that would complete the waste to energy component. That stipulated order was originally approved in January of 2020. And unfortunately, this project has been subject to a considerable number of delays over the last year. Specifically at each of the status hearings that this board has held in September, November, and December of last year, the stipulated order was modified to further extend the ultimate completion deadlines. But each of these modifications also included changes to add to transparency, accountability, and to ensure that any kind of delays that this project might have are not being caused by or within the control of the respondent. And as a result of all of those, the district is happy today to report to the board that the respondent is currently in compliance with the conditions of the stipulated order for abatement. The district is currently being kept apprised of the progress of this project via weekly updates. And based on the updates that the district has received, it believes that the respondent is currently on track to meet its ultimate deadlines that are outlined in the stipulated order. The district understands that some intermediate steps may have fallen behind, but that the respondent is working to mitigate the effect of any of those intermediate steps, and the ultimate deadlines are not at risk at this point. And based on that information that the district has received from the respondent, the district does not believe any modifications to the order are necessary. The district does request that this board set a further status hearing to ensure those that progress is maintained and to receive further updates for this board. The district today does not intend to affirmatively call any witnesses, but as in past hearings, the district does have available today both Mr. Balliot from our Compliance and Enforcement Division and Mr. Nguyen of our Engineering and Permitting Division to answer any questions that the board might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Mr. McDonough, would you like to give an opening for Ralph's? You are muted, Mr. McDonough.
Sorry, can you hear me now? Okay. That was about to be a very short opening statement. So once again, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. I will keep this mercifully short. I'll assume you're familiar with the background of the case, which Ms. Roberts, I think, ably summarized. I would just reiterate again that this is an important project to reduce waste volume to landfills, which is going to result in improvements not only to the air, but also benefits for the groundwater, for soil, and for climate as well. And as you've heard at prior hearings, this project was the harder road for Ralph's. It's actually the road less traveled for many companies these days, frankly. They could have just fulfilled the order for abatement by simply turning off the digester and the flare. But I think to their credit, they took the harder road and the more expensive road, but the environmentally superior road of keeping the digester in place. So today we hope to give you a brief update on what's been going on over the last month, basically the calendar month of February. Madam Chair, just when you're ready, I'm happy to go through a few housekeeping items to help organize the new exhibits we have in the record, which were appended to our status hearing statement.
Okay.
So basically yesterday we submitted the status hearing statement. It includes a number of new exhibits. I think we should just go ahead and designate those now. Again, these are mostly Gantt charts and emails that provided continued weekly updates to the district. So Exhibit U, if you have your documents handy, I believe we marked that as the January 1st, 2021 Gantt chart and email update.
Can we start? We have in the past, it looks like we have been, at least at the last hearing, we did mark the status hearing statement. Do we mark it separately?
Yeah, I'll get to that. I wanted to just make sure that we got our Gantt charts, emails, the compliance plan, and then we'll mark the status hearing statement.
Okay, go ahead.
So Exhibit U would then be the January 1st Gantt chart and email, followed by Exhibit V as in Victor. That would be the January 8th, 2021 Gantt chart and email update. Exhibit W would be the January 15th, 2021 Gantt chart and email update. And then Exhibit X would be the January 22nd, 2021 Gantt chart and email update. And again, we'll hear in testimony, these were all provided to the district in real time, as you can see in the email date stamps. Exhibit Y, we should designate that as well. That is a revised compliance plan that's updated with the latest information that you see in these Gantt charts in Exhibits U through X. And just to round things out, we would probably want to mark the status hearing statement itself as Exhibit Z. I'm happy to report we finally reached the end of the alphabet. So I think that's the end of this case. I don't think we can go any further.
Okay, let me just stop you there and let's, Madam Clerk, let's mark those exhibits as stated, U through Z. Thank you, Mr. McDonough.
Sure. And again, you'll see in our testimony, just to help organize this a little bit for you, that despite having a few changes to the subtasks on the Gantt charts, you're going to see that the final dates of commissioning and operation for the flare and generator have not changed. So in this hearing, we will not be asking for modification of the order. As you're going to hear in the testimony, thankfully, the city of Compton finally approved the building permit. That happened in early January. So Ralph's is now going full steam ahead and doing what it can to make the existing target operations work. And once again, I'll just give you the caveat that if you're like me, you won't be able to read these Gantt charts unless you put them on your computer screen and zoom in. I know I have to zoom in on my screen to see them. So I'm going to recommend that you do that as well. We have two witnesses prepared to testify today, same two witnesses you heard in the last hearing. Mr. Matt Eaton is from Ralph's, and joining us from the East Coast again is Mr. Michael Corbett, Divert. He is Ralph's consultant in charge of the flare and generator project. Because Mr. Corbett is usually more familiar with the day-to-day progress of the subcontractors and the vendors and these schedules that you're seeing in the Gantt charts, I would propose that we take him first. I expect he will have more specific information with respect to things like permitting discussions and how things went with the city of Compton. And then at that point, we would make both witnesses, Mr. Eaton and Mr. Corbett, available for your questions, if that makes sense.
That does make sense, in fact.
Okay.
Thank you for that. So does that conclude your opening?
That concludes, and I think it's a good time to swear the witnesses in.
Okay, then I'm going to ask anyone who plans to testify or may testify to make sure you turn on your camera and raise your right hand to be sworn in, please. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Roberts, and it makes sense for us to start with Mr. Corbett, is that correct?
I agree, yes.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. McDonough.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Corbett, can you hear us okay?
Yep.
Okay, fantastic. And it sounds like I can hear you and hopefully others can hear you too. Can you just for the record, state your name, spell your last name for us, please?
Sure. Michael Corbett, Corbett.
And what is your profession?
I'm a chemical engineer and project manager.
And give us briefly, if you would, just another rundown of your education background and any certifications you have.
Sure. So I have a bachelor's degree in chemical engineering. I've been in industry now for 16 years, doing project management of small projects, usually on the technology owner side. But I have also worked on the engineer, procure, construct side. And I teach an engineering management course at Tufts University for undergrads.
Okay, and as you stated at the last hearing, you are the consultant who is primarily responsible for the generator and the flare projects for Ralph's, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and then could you just confirm for the record that you have read the status hearing statement that Ralph's filed with the hearing board yesterday and can verify that everything in that statement is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll sort of cut to the chase here. We all know the background, but I'd like for you, Mr. Corbett, if you could give us a brief summary of what has happened since our last hearing in December. I mean, this basically covers calendar January 2021 to date. Why don't we start with the flare?
Sure, yeah. So happy to say that we've gotten the building permit from the city of Compton. There were a few additional back and forths and requests for stamped drawings and clarifications, but we were given that in early January. We have started construction and are awaiting a pending building inspection today to pour concrete. So they're coming to inspect the rebar and the soil before pouring concrete. The flare is still ready to ship. We're shipping the control panel and some of the ancillary equipment for the flare this week, basically trying to use the time between now and the concrete curing to do some of the electrical work. In addition, tomorrow, regardless of the outcome of the building inspection today, we're starting in on mechanical work and doing the critical shutdown and tie in to the biogas line. That's something that's not related to the civil work, and it's some mechanical work that we can get rolling in the interim period.
So just to be clear, this is actual physical work on site to physically install the flare and its foundation. Is that right?
Yep, that's correct. Yes.
Okay. There's a couple of new items on our latest Gantt chart, and I may refer you to that in our exhibit package. So if you take a look at, this is exhibit X, I believe, which is the, if you have that in front of you, January 22nd version of the Gantt chart.
Yep.
If you could sort of point out for the board, where are we at in terms of progress on the flare project in the Gantt chart? And, you know, what do we expect from here on out between now and commissioning date?
Sure. So right now we are at the building inspection phase, which is line 119. So we did run into an issue with the compaction of the soil. It had to get tested and re-excavated and recompacted. That was done last weekend by our subcontractor in overtime over the weekend to maintain schedule. So that's, today's Thursday the 28th, line 119 shows Tuesday the 26th. However, as of this morning, our construction manager has assured us that we're still on schedule for vendor commissioning line 133 on schedule. So that's related to the shipping of the control panel, the tying into the biogas line tomorrow, basically trying to do a lot of the work that we can do without the foundation poured and cured.
Okay. And assuming that the city provides approval, I assume they're doing that inspection today. You may be pouring the foundation as soon as tomorrow?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Just referring to those couple of new items you were talking about, lines 131 through 133. This line used to just say commission new flare. We've now broken it out into two subtasks, pre-commissioning, John Zink commissioning. Could you just briefly explain for the board what's the distinction and what are those two subtasks?
Sure. So John Zink is the flare vendor. So they'll be doing the commissioning of the flare unit itself. The pre-commissioning activities is doing all the commissioning activities of the ancillary interconnect. There's not a whole lot to it, but there is.
I'm sorry. We lost one of our board members.
Oh.
Okay.
So
Just a moment.
All right. I'll thank the clerk for being on top of that.
Everybody's having power issues today.
Mr. Corbett, we will we'll see once we have Ms. Verdugo Peralta back what she might have missed.
Okay.
Okay. She is trying to get back in. She's trying to get back in, and she says if it hangs up, then she will give us a call in. So I'll be looking for either or.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Al-Teresa.
So I assume we should just give her a moment here.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Sometimes it's quick, so hopefully that will be the case. It wouldn't be a day if we didn't lose at least one board member. Mine was freezing this morning very early, and I was very fearful. I was a goner.
In San Francisco, we have our whole office has lost power up there from the storms.
We're so dependent upon it these days. Okay, I don't see her yet coming in as an attendee.
Okay, she says she's going to be calling in.
Okay.
Because it's not connecting. So we're just waiting for that.
Okay. I'm keeping a lookout on attendees.
Okay, there she is.
I think we can Allow to talk, is that? Hear us, try, you have to unmute your own phone, I believe. Oh,
There, we got her back.
okay, wonderful.
There.
Every time I start to call and put in the numbers, I pop up.
Maybe that's all you need. Did you, do you know where we lost you?
Right at the beginning of Mr. Corbett's testimony.
Okay, I apologize, Mr. Corbett and Mr. McDonough, but we will need to repeat.
Yeah, let's just, we're not so far into it. I think we can get back there.
Yep, no problem.
Mr. Corbett, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, Mr. Corbett repeated his qualifications, his educational background. I'm assuming we won't need to do that again. But I basically then asked Mr. Corbett if he would bring us up to date on how the work on the flare has been going over the past month, essentially calendar January. So Mr. Corbett, maybe we can cover that one more time.
Sure. Yeah. So we were granted the building permit, happy to say, in early January. So our construction team remobilized, started in on the foundation. Today, we are awaiting building inspection of the foundation prior to pouring the pad. Additionally, tomorrow, we are planning on doing the biogas line tie-in for the new flare. And we're also shipping the control panel this week for the flare to do some electrical interconnect during the time that the foundation is curing.
Okay, and just to reiterate, assuming that the city inspection of the foundation goes well today, you expect that perhaps we could be pouring foundations for the flare as soon as tomorrow?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay, and then we took a look at the latest version of the Gantt chart, which I believe is Exhibit X.
Mm-hmm.
This is the January 22nd, 2021 version of the chart. And I had asked you to kind of briefly run the board members through where we are on the chart. And I think you had started under the construction flare section of the chart, lines 106 and following. Maybe you can give a brief recap.
Sure. So today we are at line 119, building inspection. We are behind 2 days on that. There were some things that were encountered at the end of last week where some rework had to be done on the foundation soils, and they needed to excavate, compact it, and get a soil compaction report. All that was done over the weekend. So we're at line 119. Flare delivery notice. At this point, we're just in day-to-day communications. We have given the flare vendor a delivery notice for next Thursday, assuming everything, there's no issues with the building inspection today. Let's see if we just keep rolling down. Site ready for equipment. That's when the foundation is cured. Tapping into the existing biogas line. We're doing this tomorrow on Friday. We pushed this off a little bit just to have the right plan. This is a critical process shutdown, so we do need to shut down a live biogas line to tie in to basically put in a mechanical connection to the new flare. So we needed to coordinate with operations to find the right time window to do that. So because it didn't impact the final end date, that's why that slipped from Monday to Friday. Piping work we've already started in on, and commissioning, this has been broken out into two sections. Pre-commissioning, which is commissioning of some of the ancillary equipment to the flare. So there's a new control valve that controls how much flow goes to the new flare versus the old flare that's not vendor supplied. And there's also a stack flow monitor in the stack of the flare that is not supplied by the flare vendor. So those two instruments need to be commissioned to make sure they're wired correctly. Some stroke testing on the valve to make sure it opens and closes and it's getting the proper feedback, that sort of stuff. So we're doing those activities ahead of the vendor commissioning to ensure that we can provide the unit, biogas, everything else is ready to go for the John Zink vendor commissioning in line 133.
Okay, and you've testified to us that some of these finished dates for foundation, flow meter available for delivery, et cetera, are running maybe a couple of days later than what we have in this chart. But your testimony is that you still expect new flare operation to be ready by the 24th at this point?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and essentially, what will we be doing, or what will Ralph's or the vendors be doing to absorb that few days of slip on some of these subtasks?
Sure. A big part of it is getting the mechanical work done and the electrical work done now that they're mobilized. So we didn't have contractors on site while we were waiting the building permit, so we couldn't mobilize them to start doing. Sarah?
One moment, Senator, did you have something that you had a question, or?
Is it the 24th of January or February?
February.
Okay.
So electrical work, mechanical pre-work, activities that we couldn't do when we were waiting for the building permit because the contractors weren't mobilized. So there's a fair amount of piping to where the new flare is being set that can be run now. Same with the electrical. We obviously can't go all the way. We got to rig the flare in and make sure that there's no clashes.
Right.
But we can do a lot of that work ahead of time. And that's where there's the ability to pull in the schedule.
Right, okay. So now that you're past the period of city review, where would you say the remaining areas of potential delay could be, if there is going to be any further delay between now and the end of February?
I'd say, well, the city review, it all depends on the inspection, right? That's still a potential risk that's floating out there. Beyond that, I think weather is always a potential issue. We've already had conversations with our civil subcontractor about, of course, Murphy's Law, rain in Southern California is going to happen right when we're ready to pour concrete. We've already had discussions of, are there contingency plans in place where we could potentially still pour in the rain and not compromise the integrity of the concrete. So they're already thinking about that. Delivery, you never know if something gets, damaged during shipment, those type of delays.
Okay, but assuming none of these sort of off chance things happen, you have some level of certainty that we would still be looking at February 24th for first operation and commissioning?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay, so let me then turn to the generator. Again, we have a few updates on the generator portion of the project. Maybe you can give us a brief overview of where that's gone over the last 4 weeks.
Yeah, sure. I think this is best done by kind of going line by line. So I'm happy to report that fire department review and approval, line 145. We did get that approval on schedule Monday, the 25th, this last Monday. And there was no comments, so we didn't need to incorporate any changes to the package based on the fire department review. And then similarly, building department review and approval, we did slip one day. That was submitted yesterday. And so we're 1 day behind on that. Let's see, as of this afternoon, an update meeting with Kat, they're ready to ship date, which is all the way up in line. It's up at the top of the Gantt chart, but it hasn't changed from February 16th. The continuous emissions monitoring system is completed and it's ready for factory acceptance tests. So that's when the customer, the engineer go to their site. We all run the system as intended on calibration gases, make sure that everything's working. It's basically a test to ensure that the equipment that they're providing has been manufactured and built correctly before it is shipped from them to the site. It's ready for that. It's actually slipped due to COVID cases on Semtech's site, but we've got plenty of time. That doesn't need to be on site until March.
Okay.
And then similarly, the biogas conditioning skid is ready to ship, and that's at the vendor's site as well.
Okay, and then just looking at line 14 on that latest Gantt chart, it looks like the ready to ship date for the engine and generator set is holding on February 16th. That's still a good date?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. And so with these changes in subtasks for the generator set, do you expect that at this time, do you expect any delay in the June 9th timing for commission and first operation of the generator?
Nope, not at this time. Again, we're going into the building department phase, which has been a challenge on this project. So there's always potential. We learned from a lot of the things, and we're ready with more detailed information, but we just don't know what's going to happen when it goes into that phase.
Right. And just to be clear, I know we covered this at the last hearing, but it probably bears repeating. As to these two projects, flare and generator, is it the case that the flare portion of this project really addresses the low temperature issues and gets the facility back into immediate compliance?
That's my understanding, correct.
Okay. So I think, Madam Chair, that's probably a good place for me to end and to allow the district and the board to just ask questions of either Mr. Corbett or Mr. Eden.
Thank you very much. Ms. Roberts, questions for Mr. Corbett. And I also was wondering, you did not in your opening mention whether you discussed with Ralph's or if you had an idea of what return date you were interested in the board considering.
Yes, so the idea that the district would seek a further status hearing was disclosed to respondents' counsel. I did not list a status hearing date because I wanted to hear pending the testimony as to whether that date needed to be set prior to the flares commissioning, which is February 24th, or if that status hearing could be pushed out to March potentially. And we would be prepared to submit to March if the testimony is sufficient such that there's reasonable certainty that there will not be a need to modify the flare deadline further.
Okay, then I'll let you hold on that pending the rest of the proceedings. So go ahead. Questions for Mr. Corbett.
Thank you. Mr. Corbett, I only have a couple of questions for you. And just to start with the flare, I believe you were discussing with Mr. McDonough and looking at the Exhibit X, which is that most recent Gantt chart submitted. I believe you were discussing the differences that the flare commissioning has now been broken down into multiple steps, starting at, I believe, line 131, but now going all the way through, including lines 132 and 133. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So in looking at the actual order as modified, the stipulated order for abatement, condition number 4 of that order specifies that the respondent shall complete the installation and commissioning of the new flare on or before February 24th. So in your understanding, what line of the Gantt chart does that actually correlate to?
That would be line 133 to me.
Okay.
So the end date on line 133 when the vendor completes their commissioning.
Okay. So is it fair to say that that lines 131, 132, and 133 need to be completed in order to meet condition number 4 in your understanding?
Yep.
Thank you. And so just to clarify, you said that line 133 referred to the vendor of the flare doing on-site commissioning. Is that right?
Yep, that's correct.
Is that something that has to be pre-scheduled with the vendor?
It is, yes, and it is currently scheduled. It's actually scheduled for the week before. We're pushing to try to hit the week before, but we need to schedule with them 2 weeks in advance.
Okay, so if the week before that is not currently able to be met, needs to be pushed out to the 24th, that could still be accomplished for the vendor?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then looking at switching gears to the generator, I believe you were also kind of walking us through that timeline on the Gantt chart. And so that one only has one step in terms of commissioning, and that is, am I reading that correctly, as line 160? That
is correct, yes.
Okay. So if I look at the finish date for that right now, that is listed as May 31st. Is that correct?
That's correct, yep.
So is it fair to say that as of when this Gantt chart was submitted, and as of your testimony today, the generator is actually a little bit ahead of schedule, because your deadline in condition number 5 is actually not until June 9th?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so it's fair to say that the generator actually has a little bit of wiggle room in terms of ensuring that you're meeting the ultimate deadline on or
Correct.
before 9th.
Correct. Yep. Yep. Although we've unfortunately seen that can be eaten up rather quickly, but at this time, correct.
Right. So that does give me to my next question of the generator. We saw, at prior things that both Mr. Eaton and yourself testified at, the building department was a quite substantial delay.
Yep.
And I noticed you testified that the fire department review has been completed for the generator. And if I heard right, you submitted to the building department the
Correct.
permit application. Is
Yep.
that correct?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. And could you remind us, when did you submit?
On Wednesday, the 27th, yesterday.
Okay. And so that was within condition number 7 required you to submit within 2 business days of the prior fire department approval. Is that correct?
Yep, correct.
Okay. And so right now, based on our current knowledge, you have the building department approval as completing in March 1. Is that right?
I'm just checking my latest Gantt chart. Correct. Yep, line 146.
Okay. And does that deadline get altered based on what we have experienced with the flares building permit, of now that we are a little bit more familiar with this building department and the kind of back and forth nature that may be required?
Correct. Yeah, I don't remember exactly off the top of my head, but I believe the original Gantt chart we had for phase 1, we might have had 2 or 3 weeks in there for building department review. And it didn't have it broken out to the level of granularity of architectural board, fire department review, building department review. So we did break those out individually and also increased the timelines. And also this schedule as it is right now, and unfortunately there's not a great way to see this, but I can speak to it. So building department review and approval is Monday, March 1st. And the really driver on this, on the critical path, is foundations getting poured and cured so that the gen set can be set. And that is line 149, site ready for equipment delivery. You can see that shows March 17th. But the gen set is not going to be delivered until line 154. Tuesday, the 30th of March. So we have a little bit of play in there as well in the event that we exceed that 5-week duration that we're currently showing with the building department. That we would still be able to pour foundations, have them cure in enough time for the gen set to be delivered. Okay.
And so I know I've asked both you and Mr. Eaton, and it's not your favorite question. Would you give a level of certainty of, where are we at in terms of this project actually meeting those, specifically just those final compliance deadlines?
Sure. So like I did before, I'm not going to give a percentage answer. But I would say that I'm more confident in the flare than the generator, just because of the phase that we are in the project. But that said, we're still not out of that phase that everything is in our control. We're still awaiting an inspection approval. And then, anything can happen. Something could be damaged in shipment. Something could be installed incorrectly. We're doing everything in our power to prevent those issues. But it's really hard to forecast. On the gen set, we do have the additional, week or so of wiggle room in the schedule, as you had pointed out, the, May 31st versus June 9th. So, that makes me feel a little bit better. It lets me, sleep a little bit easier at night. But again, we're further back in that process. This is a more complicated scope of work. So there's potential with the building department that it takes longer to review. It could be a more onerous review process because it is a more complicated scope of work. And that cascades all the way through all the other activities in the Gantt chart.
Okay. but you said you're more confident in the flare. Is that mostly because there's just less steps remaining in the flare?
Correct. Yep. Yep. Exactly. So there's still uncertainty, but there's less uncertainty than the generator project.
Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions for Mr. Corbett this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, anyone wish to begin questions? Ms. Verdugo Peralta and then Mr. Abalakopalan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Corbett, looking at the Gantt chart, Exhibit X on line 53.
Yep.
Okay, and it's under the heading of the switchgear.
Mm-hmm.
You have on there that the shop drawing prep was due on 1/22, right? And I'm assuming you're talking about the drawing that would go to SCE?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And then you have on there that the review, you're going to require that feedback from SCE, and it states on here that is it already completed? Because it says 1/27.
So we received the shop drawings on schedule on Friday, the 22nd, and we approved them as noted. There were some things that our engineer of record noted that needed to be changed, but it was nothing major that required another drawing review. So basically, they mark it up and they say, I'm approving this for fabrication with these notes implemented.
Yeah.
And that was sent in yesterday on the 27th.
So when are you expecting that to be returned?
The shop drawings? At this point, it's back in the manufacturer's court. So we had our engineer review them. They found some minor issues, and we've approved it for fabrication.
Okay, and so then that still has to go back to SCE to see if those things were corrected?
Well, we re-reviewed that. We did send it to SCE for input, and we have not received anything from them, but our engineer of record kind of dug back into previous communications that we've had with them, as well as the Rule 21 interconnect rules, and got to the conclusion that they don't actually need to approve the drawings, that the major things that are required, which was an independent shut off of the switchgear with visual indication that it's unenergized, and some duplicate metering was implemented. So we kind of checked their two major boxes. We still sent it to them as a courtesy to just make sure that there's nothing else is, majorly, that they don't see anything wrong. But we don't want to slow down the process of getting it, because we also spoke with the manufacturer, and if we did not hit if we didn't approve the drawings yesterday, we would have lost our spot in the manufacturing queue for that fabrication duration in line 55 of 11.6 weeks.
Great. Okay.
So we didn't want to, we wanted to get the SCE, check of the box to just, bless it. But at this point, we're confident that there's nothing that they could throw at us that's required to be in there beyond what's already in there.
Good to hear. Okay, what about line 78? Also the SCEIC studies, this was the interconnection agreement that's already been completed?
Yep, so the interconnect agreement is in draft form. They sent it to Kroger. Kroger didn't have any issues with it. There was some additional information that they needed to fill in, the signatory, more clerical stuff. That has since been given back to SCE, and we're awaiting their finalization of it to be signed. There is a time window that we actually don't want to sign it too soon, because there's a condition in there that it needs to be completed within, and I forget the duration, but of the signing date. So we really want to see the generator ship so that we know, that we're more confident in that schedule before that agreement is signed. Related, we did check into the planning department that you had mentioned, the SCE planning department, and that doesn't apply to this project because it's not a new service connection. This is all behind the service connection meter, so it's not in the purview of that.
Okay. So when you have on here that it's line 78 plus 3 weeks, are you saying that it's 3 weeks from December the 23rd or 3 weeks from January the 18th? I'm looking at line 7.
Oh, I see. Yeah. This may actually be something we need to update. So I'm going to have to actually get with our design build firm on that.
Okay, yeah, that would be helpful. So are they telling
Because we
you
did
that-
complete, yeah, line 78 is completed. They did a supplemental review and found that it didn't need to go into an engineering study. And there is a requirement for a commissioning test witnessed by an SEE employee when we commission the generator, but they found that there's no need for a detailed engineering study.
Okay, good to hear. That's all I had. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Balagopalan, you had a question.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Corbett, I noticed you failed twice the soil compaction.
Yep.
And what about the inspection today is, you said, to also check on that?
Correct. Yeah. So the initial dig out and setting of the rebar, the building inspector came, requested a soil compaction test of the soils. That test came back and it did not meet the 93% compaction requirement of the city. So our subcontractor, it's 100%, they took responsibility for it, worked overtime through the weekend to re-excavate, put in new soil, compact it, test it. The certified test came back at 96% compaction. And we've provided the building department a wet stamped version of that soil inspection report showing the 96% compaction. And we've also provided a wet stamped engineer of record review of the rebar set and form set for the foundation in sort of in leading up to today's inspection.
So then you don't anticipate any other issues today's inspection as far as the foundation pouring?
Not at this point, but it's hard to say. Every step of the way has been challenging.
And then with the rain coming, you think there may be a delay?
We're in conversation about that, and we've thrown around the idea of it's a fairly small foundation. If we could put a canopy up around it and still pour in the rain, it's really a day-to-day decision on our construction manager's part. So we've talked about it, but we don't want to accelerate a perceived schedule avoidance of a delay to save a day or two to not pour on a rainy day, to then pour a foundation and have it compromised due to the rain, and then lose a week, 2 weeks to have it ripped out, reformed, recompacted to be repoured. So we're just kind of taking it day by day. Once we get the inspection and we can schedule the pour, and then we can make that day of decision.
Okay, no, thank you. That's all. And congratulations for finally getting your
thanks.
Approved.
Yeah, we were all happy.
Senator has questions. I'll hold mine.
Exhibit Y, revised compliance plan. Easier for me than looking at the chart. My question is that the critical contract items for this project, switchgear, the generator, and the flares, anything else I left out? Did you hear me?
Yeah, so critical equipment, what section are we looking at? The estimated installation dates, or?
You have the generators, the critical contract item, generator, flare, switchgear, anything I left out? I think that and to contribute to the success of this project.
Got it. The continuous emissions monitoring system and the biogas conditioning skid are two other items, both of which are manufactured and ready for installation.
Okay, on the page, the last page of respondents, exhibit Y, at the very top. the switchgear shop drawing received January 22nd, 2021, received by Compton or by you? Are they revised drawing or the one just submitted to Compton?
This is not given to the city of Compton, no. This was to our engineer of record to verify the design to release it for manufacturing.
Have the drawings been inspected and approved?
By our engineer of record, yes.
No further changes?
Nope.
Okay, you have the Compton Fire Department generating plans review the 25th of January. Those plans been reviewed by Compton and submitted by Compton.
So it completed fire department review on the 25th of January. There were no comments from the fire department, and we submitted the plans to the building department on the 27th of January.
Those plans have been approved, apparently.
Approved by the fire department, and now they've moved on to the building department.
So you have an idea when the building department will approve those plans?
We don't know. Yep, that's been the unknown for this project the whole way through.
And that's the reason why you say that in the last paragraph on that last page, you said dates assume no undue delay in city review of the plan, of the generating plan, and other plans as well, I imagine.
Correct.
These dates are here because you're assuming there's no change. But there are always changes when you submit plans to be reviewed by engineers or planning departments, et cetera.
Yep, I would agree. And we update this week to week with the best information that we have at the time.
So, I mean, one would get the impression based on your statement that all is done and done well and nothing has to be concerned about. But not based on your respondents exhibit Y, that last page, there are things to be considered, to be concerned about it. Is that correct?
There are uncertainties, correct. And at this point, we've put in our best estimates based on phase one. As I previously testified, we've broken out the building department review period and padded it with learnings from phase one going into phase two.
I raise these questions because initially, the district open statement, they're saying that you made everything scheduled, been complied with, and nothing else to be concerned about. But there is apparently to this report. Okay, fine, no problem. This is your status report. I'm listening.
I think that the opening statement was no modifications sought at this time, as opposed to no possible contingencies. But
no modification sought or requested because everything is being reported on schedule, on time, and done. She said, the status, they met all the status date requirements. That's what she said.
Thus far.
Hey, I'm just looking and listening.
Okay. Any other questions? Well, I had a question for Mr. Corbett. First question, I just wanted to make sure, because I know that there's some uncertainty, including the rain and the pouring of concrete and all that. But given the notice requirements for any modifications, it is likely that this board would not be able to hear a request for modification prior to the 24th of February. So I just want to make sure you understand that and understand your degree of certainty with the flare.
Hello.
Yeah, I can answer on behalf of the project, but not on behalf of Ralphs and Kroger. So yeah, to the best of my knowledge at this point, this is the schedule, but that could change.
Okay, and Mr. Eaton, we'll get to you, I think, after I see that you wanted to add to that. Senator, yes.
Right, the switchgear shop drawings, you received those from the engineer, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
What's the next step?
The next step is approval. They were approved yesterday, and now it goes into manufacturing.
Oh, very good, thank you.
And then I just had one other question. I know you said you padded the city review time, which was good. I thought I heard that you were expecting the permit March 1st. Did I hear that incorrectly? Going to the next phase of review at the city, Architectural Review Board. I didn't know if you said that you anticipated to receive approval or that it would
March 1st is what we've got now, so that's line 146. And we also have a week and a half slip on that.
So March 1st is the date you anticipate on the Gantt chart that you will receive the permit from the city of Compton.
Correct. That's correct.
And how comfortable do you feel with that, given that you submitted on yesterday? So that's just over a month, and it took well over 2 months for the flare. So I want to understand your thoughts in terms of that is enough time in the schedule.
Sure. So we have done a lot of changes in how we're submitting this. So right off the bat, a lot of the clerical things that needed to be changed, such as having the California Building Code referenced in the plan sets, 3D drawings of the overall scope site, stamped drawings, that sort of stuff we've already kind of pulled together in hopes that this will go a lot smoother. Yeah, and you know, am I concerned about it? It is certainly higher up on my list of things that I'm tracking very closely in this project, for that very reason. So, you know, at this point, we've done everything that we can to try to provide the information required for it. But you know, unfortunately, the other learning on phase 1 was we never really find out what we need to provide until the first review is completed. And so we've proactively pulled together a lot of information so that we can provide that quickly after the first review. But we don't know, given that this is a larger scope, it's different, what might be required of us.
Right. And also, as you just stated without stating out loud, is that you are tracking it very closely.
Yes. Yes.
You weren't doing because you didn't anticipate all those issues. So that's fabulous. Okay, great. I don't have any other questions for Mr. Corbett. Does anyone else have any questions for Mr. Corbett? Mr. Balagopalan.
So clarification, Mr. Corbett, ARB listed there is the Architecture Review Board.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Senator.
Do you expect or foresee any need to modify the agreement based on the dates being slipped?
Modify the agreement. Which agreement?
Yeah.
The stipulated order, Senator?
Yes.
At this time, no.
With all these uncertainties, you don't have any idea that that could happen?
Not with certainty that it will happen. So we've put in the best estimates that we can with the information that we have at this time.
Okay.
Thank you. And any other questions? Any other board members have any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Corbett, for your
Thank you.
Mr. McDonough, if you want to introduce Mr. Eaton, and I know, for example, he wanted to add to one of those last questions.
Sure. Mr. Eaton, I'll just quickly introduce you or allow you to introduce yourself. Can you, again, just state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Matthew Eaton, Eaton spelled E-A-T-O-N.
Okay, and what is your position and role at Ralph's?
I'm the Regional Environmental Manager for the Southwest US for the Kroger Ralph's Food for Less Grocery Company.
Okay, and can you confirm for the board that you've read the status hearing statement marked as Exhibit Z, and you can verify that everything in that statement is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay, now it looked like you wanted to just make one addition to a question that Mr. Corbett got. Maybe this is with respect to Ralph's sort of accepting that this is where we are in the schedule, but I'll let you speak to the point.
Yes, that's correct. In relation to the February 24th date, not potentially meeting again with the board until after that date, we do recognize that that is still our due date, irregardless of a future meeting before then. And we do have a high level of confidence that we will meet that time frame given where we're at with the project on the flare and the remaining tasks. We're very close.
And just to clarify, I mean, no matter where we set that deadline for the flare, there will always come a moment at which it's too late to get back to the board. So even if we schedule a hearing, something could still happen and we would still have to inform the district of that change. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. We would.
Okay. I'll allow, Madam Chair, I know you may have had a question for Mr. Eaton or other board members or the district.
I'll go to Ms. Roberts first if you have any questions for Mr. Eaton.
Yes, thank you. Just a couple, Mr. Eaton. I was discussing with Mr. Corbett, specifically looking at the commissioning for the flare and looking at that Gantt chart that is now Exhibit X, and discussing how the Gantt chart now breaks down the commissioning into multiple different lines. And do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
And Mr. Corbett said that in his opinion that the line that would correspond to the actual condition number 4, that is your ultimate deadline for the commissioning of the flare, that would be line 133. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, that is.
Okay. And I believe Mr. Corbett talked a little bit about what is mentioned in your earlier email, which is attached at the beginning of Exhibit X. It's an email from you to several members of staff at the district. And in the body of that email, you discuss some of the updates that had been going on previously. Is that right?
That is correct.
And under the first bullet point is labeled phase 1 schedule updates. Does that generally refer to the flare when you say phase 1?
That is correct. Phase 1 and phase 2 would be the generator.
Okay. And that last bullet point discusses what I think Mr. Corbett was also briefly describing, that you are right now the commissioning is on the Gantt chart reflected at 2/24, but you're actually pushing to get to February 17th. Is that right?
That is correct. We're working that into our own buffer. We're making up time since more things are in our control with our vendors at this time.
And could you just briefly describe what is the process to make sure you have, because Mr. Corbett said that last commissioning is actually done by the vendor of the flare and is scheduled 2 weeks in advance. So what's the process to make sure, whichever date, whether it's the 17th or the 24th, is actually available for the vendor that you guys are working under?
It's an ongoing open line of communication with Johns Inc. They're aware of the importance of this project for the AQMD and ourselves, and have, to my knowledge, acknowledged that they will be available given that last 2 weeks of our final push to finish this.
Okay. And so really I appreciate that you addressed and understand that scheduling a next hearing may not be able to be possible prior to the February 24th deadline. I just want to make sure that it's clear on the record that because that's a specific condition in the order, that failing to meet that deadline would expose the the respondent to potential penalties for not complying with an order for abatement. And the respondent understands that. Is that right?
Yes, we understand and recognize that, but we will also continue to be open with our communications and any unforeseen final delays with this project.
Okay. And with that understanding, would you say your confidence level in specifically looking at the flare commissioning date, is that, are you confident enough that we could schedule the next status hearing to say the middle of March, after, when we're looking more at the permitting of the generator and presuming that maybe the flare is already completed?
Yes, yes.
Okay. That's all my questions for Mr. Eaton. Thank you, Mr. Eaton.
No problem.
Thank you. I just had one for Mr. Eaton, and I think I know the answer, but I just want to make sure on the record, similar to what Ms. Roberts was just asking. Earlier, Mr. McDonough, and for good reason, asked Mr. or stated on the record, or asked Mr. Corbett whether he understood that once the flare is in place, you are in compliance with district rules. I just want to make sure that you understand, though, that you're under a stipulated order for abatement. So even if there's technical compliance, the order still is an order of the hearing board that needs to be complied with.
Yes, that complete agreement. This is not done until a generator is fully installed.
Okay, just wanted to make sure to put that on the record. Any other questions, board members, for Mr. Eaton? Mr. Balagopalan.
Mr. Eden, I know we got the report last time on the flare emissions, and I know they've been steadily going down. The last update was October, so how has it been for November, December timeframe?
The November was fairly representative of the baseline. You know, I think we were talking in the 10% range. I can't remember exactly if that was the area. December had a couple extra days related to, I believe, Mr. Baluat could testify to this. We had a conversation about a loss of air pressure, compressor, or something along those lines. Facility air, I think they called it. It wasn't a typical function or breakdown that we had seen up to this point. But as far as the number of days with low feed or low food stock, it was low. It was very representative of what we've been seeing over the last few months.
Okay, thank you. And talking about feed, so I know sometime back there was a discussion, I think I asked a question maybe, if you're looking at changing the feedstock, milk products and so forth, is that still a discussion that's ongoing?
Yes, still very much so ongoing, building the relationship with outside sources, potentially bring those in as well. That's something that obviously cannot be finalized or really solidified until we have the generator in place and know how operations are, so we can safely bring on outside sources.
Okay, thank you.
Board members, any other questions for Mr. Eaton? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Eaton, for your testimony. Okay, so Mr. McDonough, is that all the witnesses you wish to present today?
That is, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Ms. Roberts, did you intend to call Mr. Ballew or anyone else?
I do not have any affirmative witnesses, but if members of the board would like to hear from Mr. Balliot, he can testify as to the flare data that has been submitted by the respondent for the last several months, if that's something the board would like to hear.
Mr. Balagopalan, anyone else wish?
No, I'm okay with Mr. Eaton's response.
I am as well. Anyone else wish to hear from district staff? Okay, thank you for that offer, Ms. Roberts. Okay, so I think let's hear just closing statements, and I think all we have at this point, since it sounds like there is no modification being sought on either side. It's mostly about when the next status conference should be set. So let's start. Ms. Roberts, would you like to begin?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The status update today that you've heard is that with some hesitation. We are on schedule right now for this project. The conditions 4 and 5, which are the district's ultimate concerns in terms of making sure this project gets completed. Right now, both of those are on schedule. While the district does appreciate the detail of intermediate steps, especially when, as we've heard in prior status hearings, those can become critical paths that hinder and put at risk those ultimate deadlines. At this point, because conditions 4 and 5 seem to be able to be met, and both witnesses for the respondent believe that they have confidence that there is not a need, particularly for the February 24th deadline, to be extended. The district would propose a further status hearing because the June date is a little bit less certain, as Mr. Corbett testified, because it's further out. The district does request things that the second week of March, either the 9th through the 11th, is an appropriate date based on Mr. Corbett's testimony that we expect, as of right now, the building permit for the generator to be completed on March 1st. But as we have seen previously, there could be delays in that process. Giving an extra week would allow us to further assess. And if there are delays and that does become a critical path, that is something that the board should hear an update on. And that would give sufficient time to be able to hear, if necessary, a further extension and how the respondents are avoiding that. At this point, no further modification should be considered by the board because they are not needed and there's no certainty that they will be needed at this time. But a hearing should be set to make sure that this project does stay on track. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Mr. McDonough?
Yeah, I would echo those sentiments, and I would just add that there's always some inherent risk that comes at the end of any schedule where you set a deadline, because even if we were to push that deadline again and again, there will always be a period of 20 days before the deadline comes up where you're just sort of crossing your fingers that you're going to make the deadline because you won't have time to notice a new hearing. So I think Rouse recognizes that at some point you have to, cross your fingers and go into that last 20 or 30 days and hope for the best. Because even if you put it off, you're still going to have that 20-day period. And I think what you heard from the witnesses is that this time there's not evidence showing that we would have some reason we could point to that says, yeah, it's definitely not going to happen on February 24th. So with that, I think Ralph's is ready to take that risk. And by the way, it'll be the same risk that they have to endure with the generator. Once the generator date comes within 30 days or 20 days, they're trusting that there won't be further delays, because if there is, there's not going to be time to notice a hearing to come back before the board. So we recognize there's just some inherent risk that always has to be taken at the end of these schedules. And I'm not sure what else can be done about it other than to accept the risk that that's going to happen. So I guess the only other thing we have to discuss is just a date to return. And I would be comfortable, at least in my schedule, with something that week of the 9th. Preference would be for the 9th or 11th, but we understand the board's calendar is what it is. So I would just defer to Mr. Eaton and Mr. Corbett on whatever date you choose to make sure that they're both available.
Okay, and before we do that, I realize I did not, before asking for closing, see if there was any member of the public who's present who wishes to be heard. I don't not recognize any of the attendees or panelists. However, I'm going to ask if there is anyone who I'm overlooking who wishes to be heard to please virtually raise your hand with the virtual raise hand function at the bottom of the screen. I'll give a moment, and I don't see anyone. Okay, so thank you for that. And I think what we would need to do first is to ask Madam Clerk what our schedule looks like on the week of March 9th through the 11th.
Okay, March 9th and 10th are fully available. Currently, March 11th is not.
Okay, what do we have on for March 11th?
Currently, we have scheduled the South Coast AQMD versus Chiquita Canyon landfill hearing, which I guess there was some talk that it might get moved to a later date, possibly that Saturday, but that has not yet been confirmed.
And I do believe, board members, that as long as I have not heard from any board members that that Saturday, March 13th is not available. And we have heard back, I believe, from all sources that we would check to make sure there's nothing else that has been set by either the district or in the community where Chiquita Canyon is in that community, to make sure that there is nothing else going on. So I believe that March 13th will be the date, so that hearing will not be held on the 11th, unless I hear anything else from board members.
Well,
So, go ahead. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
We have put out to the folks at Chiquita Canyon, that's who has not responded to us. So they may have some type of conflict because they have not yet responded.
Okay, well, we will not be holding it, I don't believe, on March 11th, because it will be either an evening or a Saturday. That evening of March 11th is not available because I understand there is another district function that is occurring that day. So we didn't want to, so I think that we can say that that's available, even though we are not moving it yet, we will move it from the,
What date again is that, Madam Chair? I'm sorry.
that's March 11th.
That is unavailable or is available?
That will be available for this matter if we prefer it, but it sounds like the 9th is available. So I think I'd rather take the 9th, but.
Well, Madam Chair, before I, throw a monkey wrench in the works, I realize I misspoke. It's actually the 10th that I cannot do, the 9th, or I'm sorry, the 10th that I can do, the 9th I cannot do. So the 10th or 11th would be better for me. I'm sorry about that.
So I would prefer the 10th.
The 10th is fine with the district.
Senator.
Is that the next status report hearing?
That's what we're talking about now.
Which means therefore, if the schedule should slip, they can ask for modification at that time, could they?
For the generator, because the final deadline for the flare is February 24th. And I think we heard by Mr. Eaton and also Mr. McDonough in closing is that at some point they just have to cross their fingers because it takes, I mean, we could set it before that, but there's no reason to, because we're not hearing, well, let's talk about it, but.
With the slip gear.
I'm sorry?
Slip gear.
The switch gear is for the generator, I understand. So that due date is not until June 30th. And what Ms. Roberts said in her closing was that this is after, it's after the March 1st date that they're expecting the permitting from the city of Compton. So if we wait till after that, for the week of the 9th through the 11th, then we'll know at that time whether the city of Compton, which is the biggest question mark, if that permit came through. Does that make sense for board members, to all board members?
No problem.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to clarify, we have nothing scheduled on the 12th of March, right?
That's a Friday.
12th of March is a Friday?
Am I right? I'm assuming that from what I'm, yes. Yes, it is a Friday.
Okay.
So the answer would be no. However, tentatively, we're holding Saturday the 13th. So if that is, I know that's in another matter, so I'm sorry if I could just digress for a moment. So board members, please make sure you check your schedules and let both the clerk and me know if the 13th of March will not work for you for Chiquita Canyon. Okay, but back to this matter, board members. So we are being asked to take no action today and to set a status conference for the next status conference for March 10th. Anyone have any thoughts other than I think based on what we heard today, that does make sense. Again, most of the things that were outside of their control with regard to the flare, and they've moved far enough along in the schedule for the flare to have a lot of confidence Although you never know, right? Something could happen, but no one can say anything with 100% certainty. However, for the most part, I think Mr. Corbett identified the weather and one other thing that could delay. But for the most part, this is their best guess, and they understand that if we don't have the return before February 24th and they don't meet it, that is technically a violation of the order, and they're willing to accept that. And I think that the evidence bears out that that makes sense, and that there's no reason, nothing that we've heard today, which would make us slip those dates back today. Any other thoughts, though, board members? Okay, so then we will take no action, and we will continue this hearing for a status conference and modification, in case modification is requested at that time, hearing for March 10th, 2021. Okay.
Madam Clerk, are we continuing this hearing, or are we going to schedule a new status hearing?
Well, you tell me. In terms of our notice, what have we been doing?
Okay, and that's the reason I'm asking, because if we're continuing, a new notice would not be required. However, if it's going to be a new status hearing, then a notice would be required.
Okay, a new status hearing.
Oh, Madam Chair, if I may, what we have done in the past has been a modification to condition, I believe it is 8, which actually sets the date for a status hearing. If it's more convenient for the board, the district is prepared to stipulate to that as a sole modification, if it's necessary for noticing.
Thank you. And I assume, Mr. McDonough, that you would stipulate to that as well.
Yes, if that's more convenient for the board.
Okay, then I'm going to make a motion. And then, yes, it will be a new hearing. Thank you for that, both Madam Clerk and Ms. Roberts. Okay, excuse me, in the matter of South Coast Air Quality Management District versus Ralph's Grocery Company, case number 6166-1, I move that we modify the existing stipulated order for abatement solely to make the change to condition 8 of the order with regard to the next status hearing, and change it from today's date to March 10th, 2021. Is there a second?
I'll second it. No.
Mr. Bernstein seconded the motion. Is there any discussion on that motion? Okay. Ms. Verdugo Peralta, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Balagopalan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Senator Holden, how do you vote?
Aye.
Dr. Bernstein, how do you vote?
Aye.
I vote yes. Motion passes 5-0. Okay. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Corbett, for being on the East Coast. And,
Yep, no problem.
And thank you for a quick hearing.
May your power stay on today.
And good luck. We are very much with you and crossing our fingers that February 24th comes and goes with no issues.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And board members, is there any other business before we adjourn for the day? Okay.
I just had a booster field, so we are hearing it next Tuesday, right?
Yes. So there was a pre-hearing conference this morning. You may have seen it or part of it, because we had to have it on Zoom because the district also is suffering from power interruptions and issues. So we couldn't have it on our teleconferencing. But regardless, what we said was the following. As we said yesterday, or agreed yesterday, we continued the subpoena for documents to finish that by February 2nd. So that's going to be continued, and we're going to continue that hearing. We're going to make a decision on the subpoena for documents that day, hopefully. If we're done with it that day, we're going to take up the subpoena of testimony of Karen Manwaring. If there is no time for that, then we will take that matter up on the 4th February. And that's what we decided. And then I've continued that status conference, well, either to the 2nd or the 4th, depending on what we've gotten finished. And we're going to set additional dates at that time. Okay?
Okay, thanks.
Okay. All right. Any other business or questions before we adjourn? Okay. Thank you, board members. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ms. Roberts and Mr. McDonough. And thank you all.
Have a nice weekend, everybody.
If you have a
Everybody
moment,
have a nice weekend.
Teresa as well.
Cynthia,
Yes,
if you have a moment, just hang on and I'll
okay.
talk to you for
We're
a moment.
adjourned and we'll leave those two on.
Oh, thanks for everything you do. We'll talk to you later.
Okay, sir. Thank you, folks. I'm going to stop the
Al, for everything
recording.
you do as well. Have
Thank
a
you.
nice weekend, everybody.
Thank you very much. Okay, so Al, you can stay on if you'd like to, but I'm going to stop the recording officially. Let me stop the webcasting.
Meeting's over?
Anthony, yeah, you can stay on.
Yeah. I'm in 2 meetings, but we gotta go ahead and start that
Board
AB
assistance,
619.
1 sec.
Under your left.
Okay, the hearing board hearing is over, so
I'm going to stop the
I'll go
web.
ahead and join you on the AB 617. Okay, all right, thanks, bye.